I can assure you that on the past 4 days we did not sell more than 324 sales. Okay, in 4 or 5 days that we don't sell even one. So this is clearly not good. We have 18 international guests. Okay, these are the numbers so far. ESN Madeira and ESN Algarve, they don't have spots because, as you know, the condition to have spots is to give us a section delegate. And ESN UTAD did not open the event on portal yet. So as you can see, this is terrible over here. Like, you can see the numbers from last year, the numbers from this year so far, and the ESN card sales you have. So this is clearly not a good thing, okay? And we really want to find a solution to tackle this, to tackle these sales, to tackle these numbers, because we are in risk that we probably we won't have money to pay the director, probably we won't have money to make events with lower fees because we won't be able to, and this will prejudice you as well. Of course, you don't want to have trainings with a fee of more than 50 euros, but that's a probability because of these numbers. And even though we clearly want to give you a solution, we cannot go to your local sections and sell ENM. We cannot. That's not our job. So maybe we can find a solution here together during the Q&A, because the event closes on the 28th, and these numbers are no good. Like, sorry. So, as you can see, we had 605 spot sales last year, and we are not even like going there. We are there. So, yeah. I took the opportunity to go to your Instagram pages and websites and see things that some sections are doing really, really well, and you should take that as a best practice. So, for example, you can see here the communication package was used. Besides the communication package, individual posts from the local section were made. So this is a good promotion of the Erasmus National Meeting, okay? Here you can see as well, like a recap from last year. This is also very important because this is where you can showcase your international students that you were there, they enjoyed it. Here as well, they did a recap. So it's very important that you not only are in line with our communication package, and you take the lead to do stuff by yourself, okay? What not to do at all. Guys, please don't put trips, expensive trips on your welcome months or on the month you are selling ENM. Please don't, because they will be paying that, so they won't be buying you the ENM. And the same happens when you put a lot of paid events. They might not be expensive, but they are a lot. So they will be paying, they will feel like I won't be able to afford the ENM, for example. And please do not leave your Instagram page like empty without any publications of ENM, because let's be honest, the social media is one of the best ways you have to promote it and to reach a big number of international students. And by not posting it, they won't be knowledge that this is happening. Sorry. And to summarize, and this is very important, on this article of the Regulamento Interno from ESN Portugal, you need to promote the national events over the local ones, okay? I know a lot of you did a lot of gymnastics to make sure the ENM was framed within your communication strategy and your event strategy, but I know a lot of you did not as well. And you should bear that this is a thing, this is in our Regulamento Interno, so you should really think about this year. It's already late, but next year, when you are planning your Erasmus National Meeting again. So, new semester, new events. We are already in preparation for Level Up Minho, okay? We are already in preparation for LBM UTAD, and we are already in preparation for National Platform Coimbra, okay? So in August, we also have their LBM tomorrow. Can't read, sorry. This is it. I I hope you have many questions, and please let's open a discussion about the NM because I really want to hear your side. Thank you. You can. Consegue fazer as perguntas, amor.
Let me open the slide on the computer and then we can start the Q&A. It's already been shared on the info group, so you can already leave your questions. It's just gonna take a sec. No, can't do this one.
Tudo seca.
Ontem tentavas. Dá-lhe.
Qual a necessidade de me humilhar com streaming, com uma perna?
Vocês sabem que está a ser
Sim.
transmitido, certo?
Ninguém percebe português.
Acho que tenho a perceber português neste momento. Acho que tenho a perceber português.
Alguém está a ver? Se quer lembrar-se daquela canção. Vai Gonçalo.
Escorrer bastante.
Gonçalo. Certeza que está a ver o Gonçalo.
Should.
Lá já é tarde.
Opa! Bateste cabelo.
Estão duas pessoas a ver, uma delas sou eu.
Yes, e a outra pessoa, Gonçalo. É o Gonçalo. Vai Gonçalo. Já o Gonçalo.
Hi dears, leave yourselves on the slide, please. If you have more than 2 questions, put yourself twice.
Olha, Raps do IGN.
Acho que a minha é a t-shirt preferida.
There's the link in the info group if you prefer it.
A minha preferida é do IGN.
We have 30 minutes for discussion, so feel free to ask more questions.
Tanto cabelo. Já estou com a entrada.
Eu sei, eu tenho. Opa, tenho de rapar.
Tipo Kate Middleton. Epá, não.
Vitor Bizarro, yes, in Porto. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I think it deserves to be brought again. It's the number one problem. Online sales are so bad. As I said yesterday, it's not nice to sell such an expensive event. And so you guys come here and say that it's the most profitable event ever. I know you have to pay Patricia, but at least in Yes in Porto, we have to do all the events with a zero balance, so we do not make profit. And then the Erasmus go to the national event, and then there's a margin for profit. So there's a clear divergence in between these two prices. I think this is the number one problem with the sales. Like I've been personally hospitating all the Erasmus, and the number one reason why they're not going is because it's too expensive. So for the next budget, I'll make sure it's in both position is that the margin is not so large because it can be this profitable, and yeah, that's it.
It's a question or a comment?
A comment, I guess.
Can I answer?
You can react if it's a comment.
I will. I don't agree at all, and I think that the point is not that at all. Like the fact that we have to do events for non-profit, obviously, it's your choice. And your like job to do it. But as in a federation, as is a national event, we need this because we don't have internal funds as you do. So we don't do events. We only do 2 events. One of them is not really profitable, and because it's really small. And this is the only way that we have to have internal funds. And the thing is, if we don't have this event, everything will be more expensive. So training events would cost double. We wouldn't have a secretariat. ESN card price would increase like 2 or 3 euros because I would make that proposal because we don't have internal funds. So this is one of 2 main sources of revenue, which is the ESN card prices that we have the commission, let's say, or the price above, and this. Regarding that the price is too high, I also don't agree. All of the trips and all of the national events of other NOs are at least double the price. Ibiza trip is 300 and something, Crete trip is about 200 and something, the Aeolian trip, so the new, again, national event of Italy, it's way more than 200, and I can go on. Sea Battle was way more than 200, and those events are always sold out, always growing, always getting even better. So I don't agree that the price is too high, not the point at all, because the fact that the event is not selling is structural. Also has problems on how we structure the event. I totally agree. We can change the event, we can improve it. We did it last year, we tried to do it this year, but it's very, very hard when we don't have the structure to do it, because as of now, we only have an events manager and a board, which is even not the full board, and you don't have people that are working from one year to the other. And there's also blame on you. So there's blame on both sides, and I think you have to be humble enough to recognize this. As we are humble enough to recognize that the event is not the best, because we also agree this. We agree that it's not sustainable now at this moment to have a 4-day event for parties. I agree with you, but the thing is we cannot change it by ourselves. And the thing is like your members are also our OC. So if you don't provide us with a good quality HR in an OC to do a good event, we will not be able to do it ourselves alone. I cannot manage 600 people alone.
Can I just add something, Marta?
Technically no, but I'll maybe.
Okay, if you don't believe ENM, no one will, because you are the ones to sell it. And what I'm saying here is you don't believe on Erasmus National Meeting, you don't believe on the mesh cause on the Erasmus National Meeting, and maybe this is one of the reasons it's not working. But it's good to have doubts, and it's good to promote the change. But let's start from there and do it. Not only leave here a cloud of doubts and let ENM die. This is not a thing for this year, but think about this for the next years.
Diana, the questions first. You can't comment on comments, guys. Create it, copy, please. Okay?
Can you tell me which one?
The questions first, the comments last.
Okay, so yeah, yes, I'm bored to doing time to give bigger deadlines to register from the next event and probably send a call earlier. I can explain a little bit why I'm asking this. I know there's a lot of sections that like they pay for the to come to the events, but in Portugal we have like a procedure that is to send a form. They have to send us like the motivation to
Okay.
come here, and we have to have time to decide who has to come, who has the right to come or not, because we are going to pay
Of course.
for their spots. And like we had some events like this one, and the national platform Covilhã, that we didn't have time to do it, and I received a lot of complaints from my section saying that I didn't give them enough time to send what they want. So I want to know like what's your plan for the event.
Okay, first of all, that's actually a very good practice for a way to scrutinize the participants you bring to national events. So maybe let's bring your events manager to the next community meeting so we can discuss this. Secondly, of course, that the sooner we release this is the goal. We had some issues during this national platform, Covilhã, because there were some conditions that were affecting us. This is not ideal. This is clearly not your fault. So we'll do our best not to prejudice you in this, okay? So you can have your internal procedures and time to rethink and time to organize yourselves. So I can assure you that the events that we are planning for this semester are really being well prepared and with time.
Is your ENG a question or comment? Because I would like to have all the questions done and then all of the comments.
It is a question because I don't remember and I want explanation, but it can be a comment.
No. You ask.
Oh.
I want the entire discussion to first, and then for the questions, yours and everyone else's, like before, and then go to the comments. Okay. So if it's a question, ask it.
Okay, so it came to my ears that something happened during National Games where a girl was excluded for the events, and I don't remember all the situation. I think it was with the SN as well, and I already asked Anna. I want explanation about this because we are SN and we are here to include people, and I wanted to hear more about the situation.
Okay, a situation happened. I won't be showcasing what was because probably other people will be involved in this resolution. But I can assure you that things are happening and measures will be taken. Okay, an international student was indeed feeling excluded. We did our best to make sure that wouldn't be happening for the rest of the event because we saw that happening since day one. So we acted, and you'll be hearing more updates on this probably soon. Okay.
Thank you very much. Loud name and section, please.
E também DSM Lisboa.
countries, like best practice that they have that can help ESM Portugal and as local sections to sell
Okay.
this.
I'll be honest. This is not something that is really discussed internationally. Everything you know is not from. For example, if you have the experience to go to the training and activities community, this won't be a topic. It won't. It's mainly focused on training. But I can assure you other thing that yes, in Portugal is really good planning national events. Almost like I think a few NOs have training events, especially for newbies. I think we are like literally like one of the only ones that have. And considering ENM, you have like, for example, Sea Battle. Sea Battle is something that exists for I don't know how many years, but it's an already established event, a sustainable event with a lot of growth. The same happens to Ibiza trip, and we basically follow the same paths. But we don't think why it's not working for us, and for them it is, because the procedure is basically the same.
Yeah, the main difference is I would say, I mean, we are in a process, and you know that we are updating EPP in the next platform. We already told you that. So this is something that needs to be taken into consideration, and I think obviously we would maybe consult you on this topic. Obviously, is to see the best approach for ENM. The biggest difference normally is like who's the responsible, let's say, and how you prepare the event. So, for instance, in ESN Spain, the national board has literally zero work with the ESN Ibiza trip. So they are not involved in the process of doing the event.
Yeah.
So that's also because of the structure that they have. So basically they can have, also because they have a lot of sections, a lot of people involved, they can have people basically from one year to the other as like a committee or as a continuum OC in a committee, so that basically they are responsible for that. So they obviously have guidelines, and some things needs to be approved, obviously. So normally that OC, the committee needs to come to the NPs to present the events and needs to be approved. So it's like a democratic situation. But that's something like, has the national board has no involvement on the event. First, national board can focus on doing other things like national board things, and also the event is not so depending on the decision of one or two people that have other things to do. For instance, Rafa or me, because we both are doing the event, but we have other things to do, and this is something that we will take in consideration maybe. The problem here is obviously the state of this. So I don't think that we are in a point that we can do this. We don't have a lot of sections in terms of number. Even the sections that we have, some of them are facing a lot of troubles in HR. We see this also in our training events. People are not showing up, or the turnouts maybe are not that big. We also have a situation that as we are renovating our human resources, a lot of people that we have are new to ESN. For instance, our OC this year, only 3 people have been to ENM. So it's very hard for you to do an event if more than half of the OC never been actually there. So it's almost impossible, I say, because it's very hard for us to try to explain this. Yes, you go to the beach, but they don't know where the beach is, they don't know. So it's very hard to deal with this. But yeah, we will take in consideration like the other countries. We will, and it's for sure, contact other countries.
Yeah.
That's why we have the alliances, or whatever we call it, connections.
Cooperation.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. Add yourself to the speakers list, please. I will close it soon. React.
It's just a big comment on this.
Loudly.
Okay, and as far as Lisbon, basically, recently I've been about a few international events, and this has been a topic because it has been discussed that some countries, I'm not going to disclose because we're streaming, and of course fair, but a lot of countries are having issues selling national events. This is starting to become a trend in a way, at least this year. I don't know if it's going to continue on in other years, but that's what has been disclosed, and I think it's also important to share this with.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think that perhaps it's a sign that it's time to change the way that we do things and be more
Yeah.
working that we've had a lower participation in terms of the sections participating in ENG, just what do you think it could be done in a different way? Like, what should be the next steps for next year so that we don't fall on the same, basically
Yeah.
don't do the same mistake twice, you know?
We cannot. We literally cannot go through the same path because we had 6 sections, and if we have 6 sections, we won't be able to have the grant. We need at least 7. And I like the Erasmus National Games, on my point of view, were well organized. Okay, the things were on time. We booked the hotels with a lot of time to manage it, and also the whole logistic was done in a good way. The thing is, and I keep saying this, you need to do local rounds. You need to promote the Erasmus National Games. It starts on your local sections. And that's why we have a low participation, that's why we don't have enough local sections, that's why the fee is high, because it's not sustainable. And if this happens on the next Erasmus National Games, we are screwed.
I don't know reasons why the sections, I think in this case then the only good option would be to actually ask the sections is to sorry, I'm speaking too low. But I just wanted to say, I don't know, and I think that it's, again, good work on it if you maybe
More than
Carol.
Portugal, baby.
But, no, I was just going to say that perhaps, I don't know, I don't know if, for instance, if the case, evaluating the situation with the other sections and then sending, for instance, might be interesting to send an email like, we recommend you doing like this timeline in terms of this project and applying your local games in this part and so on and so forth. It's more work for you.
Yeah.
So I don't think that maybe it's also fair, but at the same time, it's a way to maybe, I don't know.
Posso
Can I make a
responder?
comment? Can I make a comment? Like, I think this discussion is making me really feel frustrated. You know why? Because every year, and I've been in the federation in ESN Portugal for 4 or 5 years, and it's always the same discussion. How can the national board improve the event? We already do what we have to do. We do the logistics. It can only improve if sections want to improve it. I think it's better for you to be honest with us and tell us, please, let's stop making this event. Because every year we see a decrease in numbers of participants. Who brings the participants? It's us. Do we go to sections to sell the event? Do we have the contact directly with the students? No, that's on you. So we can only improve the numbers of participants and improve the event if you want to improve the event. If you don't make a priority of national events in your strategizing, how can we improve the event? ENM and ENG should start to be sold in September. You have welcome sessions. Why don't you put one slide with ENG, with ENM? Explain to me, why don't you, during the semester, when they go to the office, tell them, oh, do you know that ESN Portugal promotes events to celebrate the Erasmus program, where we bring together students from all over Portugal to meet? Tell me why do we are in January and we hear sections saying, no, we won't promote the ENM because we have our trips. Why do you have trips? At the same time, you are selling ENM. Explain to me. If you tell us, okay, we don't want ENM, we will stop doing ENM. I think this is a discussion here because we cannot put our best efforts year after year after year to come to national platforms and then telling sections, saying to us, oh, we need to improve, we need to send emails. We already send emails, you already know. Don't you go to the events, the training events? Don't we informally speak about this in WhatsApp groups when we are in coffee breaks? I mean, this is really frustrating. I really, honestly, I don't understand. If you don't want us to make events for international students, please be honest with us. Tell us, like, we don't want this. Okay, we will just do training events, and that's fine. Because when we cannot go to ESN Spain and tell them, please change your dates, so we can go to them to their event and they can come to us. and then present this. How do we look inside the network? I don't mean to sound harsh. It's just like, do a self-reflection before you start asking this kind of questions, because it does not make sense. We can only improve the event in the structural way. How can we improve ENM, for instance? Okay, let's open a committee that will work 1 year long, because the national board does not have the capacity to start organizing ENM 1 month after it happens.
It's not possible.
We can't. We have Level Up, LBM, a
National
national platform, a transition,
GA.
GA.
Level up again. LM again.
And you want, and this is a board of 6 people. We started 5. We are not complete. And then you put this load on us. Like, come on, guys. I mean, it's
And-
not working.
And I think it's important that you are humble enough to recognize that maybe it can be our fault, of course, like we can change our actions in order to make this a better thing, but it can also be your fault. And please stop blaming because you see this, because the national board that, because it's clearly not working, and it's really frustrating. I understand that you have questions. I prefer that you make your questions instead of creating assumptions, but please consider things before and try to see the main core of the problem that might not come from here.
Thank you, Sarah.
Sorry, Marta.
Sarah Almeida, yes, and Bingo. So in one of the problems from the sections of the north is the price of the buses, because they are increasing also with the inflation and
Yeah.
etc. And like that make the ENM's fee increase a lot. Also, and that's one of our bigger issues, because our students are saying that it's too high for them and they don't have food. It would be impossible for the logistics, but yeah, we are talking about that. Like, did you do anything regarding this topic? Did you see options?
I mean, that's the question is that I don't think that this is under our scope in terms of the event, because like, imagine if this was on an island, obviously it's hard for like Ibiza provides the boat for them to go to the like Barcelona or Valencia to go to the island. Nice. But the thing is, we are in continental Portugal. Like, you have ways to get there. Of course, we could work one more on this on the terms of partnerships. But the thing is, we have a partnership with Flixbus at the international level. They have 10 vouchers. They can use it. The only thing that we could do in Portugal is or go to Redes Expressos, which is a competitor and maybe most of the times not worth it in terms of pricing, or go to the CPE, which is probably worse because to go to, for instance, Braga to Albufeira, you pay at least 50 euros or 45 or something just to go. So there's literally nothing that I could do. Like, transportation in Portugal is bad. Yes, I agree with you. If you want to try to book a bus for yourselves, it's expensive. It is, and it's getting worse. There is literally nothing that we can involve because we cannot have a transportation plan like national-wide. Like, I cannot. It would be amazing. We start like 10 buses from Braga and we go city by city. Woo! I mean, I would love this, like Comboio do Caloiro or whatever. But we can't. I mean, we can't. So that is something that I think you need to discuss it, and we can bring this topic and local boards call, something like that. We can have this space for discussion, because I think that is something that the sections itself need to discuss, also because of your trips. Because I know that for a fact that sometimes you are not doing your own trips because of this constraint. I don't think this is going to be something that is going to disappear in the future. Like, obviously, like the cost for the bus driver, the cost for only for the fuel is getting even more expensive, and I think that we are dealing with something that is very, very, like, the market for is very specific, because if you need a bus, you need a bus. Like, you cannot go, because in Portugal there's no other option. Like, if you want a private bus, so they can basically set the price as they want. Unfortunately, it's very, very hard. I mean, it's very hard. I mean, I have suggestions, obviously, because I was also in your position, and now I'm here, I can see, like, the differences. But I understand this is a problem. Like, for instance, and you know this because you are going by plane, it's cheaper to go by plane from Porto to Faro than by bus. Like, the flight that you paid, and the OC that is going from the north was 30 euros round trip. So literally 30 to go and come back. The train just to go is at least 40 something.
42
So
and a half.
it's very, very like.
Can I just add something, Marta? Sorry, please don't kill me. 2 years ago, one of the tasks of the logistics team was to find a way to centralize the transportation. Clearly, it did not work. It was like, that's why this year we didn't even like try to do so, because it's impossible. But the thing that I keep saying to you, and I keep telling you, I know this will give you more, a bigger responsibility, and I know it's boring, but you should talk to yourselves, like literally. Send messages, call people, call your events managers throughout Portugal. Try to see how they are doing it, and if they can doing it with you, because that way it will be way cheaper. Okay, I know it's not ideal, but I think it's the best solution so far.
And just to finish, remember that like section cooperation is not like with international sections, like from other countries, or in the MPs. Like, seeing the numbers, I think you can like have a strategic approach to like to your trip to the Algarve. We just call it the section, so like we're bringing one bus, there is full one bus that has like 30 spots in the bus. You want to share the bus, like that's it. You save money, you save time, you save everything.
Rita wins.
Is the comment or?
No, questions
The
first,
question.
all the comments afterwards. Later.
This is only like I think it will not solve the problem, but as a treasurer, I was like quite not like that you are being prejudicado, with the return policy, because like basically when the sales close, then everyone can have half percent of the difference in return, and like this is also like if, for example, to decrease the margin or to be sure that when we sell we have the margin, this might be way, but at the same time I want to understand the reasons why this is like this, because it might, there is of course, but I was also asking Vina like
Why?
So this is basically that's why this national board is very keen on changing the statutes and whatever, that all of the documents that they have, because this is actually part of the events and policy paper.
Events and policy paper.
So we have to do it like this. So if you go to EPP, that's the document that regulates the function of national events. This is there, and we need to follow, as we need to follow the open call for the training events and whatever. So this is very clear that we need to be 15 days of a gap, then we need to return. So it's there. So we are only doing what is there. That's why I want to change it. I also don't agree, and I don't agree with a lot of things, which I will propose to the national board for us to change it. I think that also like the time spent of the sales is very, very big, because like we have 1 month like of sales, and and during this month you can actually sell it and get a refund and buy it again, and like if you are an international student you can buy and ask a refund like 25 times and it's fine now. I think that we need to have a shorter timing for sales, so that we are advertising the event, like advertising, and then at some point you have like 1 week, and in 1 week you have to sell it, and it's like opportunity of your life. If you don't buy in your week, it's over. I think that we need to create pressure on the students, and we need to start like preparing, so the sales actually can be even like earlier, so we can do 1 or 1.5 weeks or 2 weeks of like shorting sales, but aggressive, and then we close it. I think it is mandatory by law that you can like ask for refunds or half a fee or something, so we need to also dive into that, like
legally,
what is the regulatory things in Portugal, like of the consumer law, let's say. I'm not entirely sure, but it's something that we are obviously will try to look into, because I also agree with you, like it's very hard to deal with this timeline at this moment.
I propose to close the speaker list. Is anybody opposed? Speaker list is closed. Yes and Madeira, please. And loudly, guys, because nobody can hear in the stream when you're asking. Yes and Madeira.
So the problem for ES in Madeira is that the price we think it's kind of fair, but at the same time our students need to buy the flight, so it's almost doubling the price. So they're not paying, like if we're selling 200, they're almost paying 400 or 500 depending on the price. We already include the transportation from Lisbon to Albuquerque.
Mhm.
And that's the main difficulty. So I have like 20 students interested. I'm working with all of them to find the cheapest flight, but they all say the same thing. We want to go, but we're paying like 200, 170 for flights, so it's not worth it. And personally, I won't force them because they already have difficulties with housing. For example, one of the Erasmus students is staying at my place because she couldn't find housing in Madeira. And I think also the goal for ESN is not making them more poorer, like,
Mhm.
and I won't like force them to do UNI. I love the concept, everything about UNI, but my main focus is the students, and I won't make them like be poor for 1 month here just because of a 4-day event. And for me, I want to sell, but it starts for like, okay, I want to sell, but they're like, the flight is too expensive. Like, it's true, but I don't do anything about just try to see protocols with agencies locally, and I don't know what we can all do as national or even with all the boards to fight this issue. Because as Vina just said, in Ibiza, they give transportation for the island. And we were talking, this is on the mainland, but remember, Portugal is not only the mainland, we have the islands.
Yeah, of
And
course.
also, if you want Azores to be on ENA on the next few years, you have to think, okay, Azores has also the flight problems. And if they are on different islands, they need to make a flight from their island to Terceira or to Ponta Delgada and then come to the mainland. And that's going to be an issue for every year. Because remember, we are in the, like, regimes autónomas, but at the same time, we also have this difficulty. We have to fly there like you have to fly here. And I think you also find it more difficult to fly to the island and be more expensive than doing the PN on the mainland.
Okay.
And we have that difficulty to go through all events, either PNs, either in upgrades, EGMs, everything.
Okay, I want to thank your honesty and the fact that you are bringing this topic because it's clearly important. I will focus mainly on what you wrote because I already lost the connection between the dots, but it's okay, I'll try to answer it all. So first of all, how can we find a solution for this issue? We are already finding it. I've been discussing it with you in person and we are trying to tackle this. So let's make sure that this is clear. We are already trying to make an improvement and help you in the ways we can. The thing is, it's a little unfair for you that you are the people that have to deal with this situation, and it's unfair for us because we cannot like literally bring money from inside Portugal, put it on the table and say pay the flights. But clearly, I understand your position. It's a really important thing to think for the next events because we have a travel fund, because we this and that, but we clearly have people that literally have to catch a flight to go to an ESN upgrade. And this is, it's hard. I think this is a very important topic to discuss here and probably mais a fundo in other contexts. Because if we don't find a solution, the thing that will keep happening is the lack of participation from volunteers from Madeira. And this is not fair because, for example, it's the first time that I'm meeting you and you have been here for a long time because probably you weren't able to go because you needed to pay like €1,000.50 for a flight to go to Level Up or something, and especially for your international students. But one thing that I already told you, and I think you should try to tackle this issue by saying this: they are having a lifetime experience, and I bet that they won't be going to Algarve in other occasions. Like, of course, like the Erasmus in the continent want to come to the islands to visit, I know that the Erasmus from here, of course, they want to go to the continent to visit as well because it's also beautiful and a lot of things happening. And Algarve might be not one of the cities of choice, and you can sell it and you can talk to him by saying that probably like you won't be there and like I don't know, but this is an issue and I understand your of course I understand your concerns. Sorry.
Just finishing the answer and adding up, this is why we need you.
Yeah.
This is why we need ESN Madeira on board on the event to find strategies with us to make you feel represented. Like if we are approving here an expansion strategy today, like we need all together to think about this because it's not our issue, it's the federation's issue.
Yeah.
It's the national event of the federation that won't have two sections able to go because of the logistics and transportation.
Thank you, Diana.
It's going to be a short answer. You do have a lot of, I know that it's not the answer for this year event, or maybe for the future. You do have a lot of opportunities to receive money, more than we in the continent. And we in Porto invest money on the bus for the fee being like less to international students. And I think that when you do the budget for the next year, you can think about this. I know that like you have more opportunities than us, and you can use it in your favor for the national events because it's going to be a problem forever. Like the flights are expensive and it's completely understandable. If for us it's too expensive to take the bus to the south, I can imagine going by flight. So think about it because we already do it in Porto for the past years and it's kind of good for international students because they have opportunity to go with a lower fee.
Thank you, Diana. Bishop Manager, last question.
Okay. Regarding more Erasmus National Games, like if you have a grant for next year, so it really needs to work.
Yeah.
And I think it was, like being honest, it was tough. All the situation around the Erasmus National Games, with you, with us, and then us with the section. And like besides that, also there wasn't a support. I know the beginning, like you were your own support position or all that stuff, but I really put these in the table as a suggestion, but like also give me your input that is like to help sections with the local round because Lisbon does it for a while. We have people like that like it and are like crazy about sports, but then other sections that are the ones that you need that organize to have the grant need help because it's quite tough.
Yeah.
All the regulations, all the rules that you have to follow, all that stuff. So I really think that.
Okay, since we don't want this grant to fail, of course we will do our best to develop a concrete strategy and give you the biggest amount of information in order for you to make it sustainable and make it. The thing is, for us to develop a strategy and for you to implement it, I need your engagement because I can't have 3 or 4 people showing up to the community calls and still have a profitable, fruitful outcome from the local rounds. Okay, I cannot do this with 3 or 4 people. And I know this can be overwhelming, but the same way you organize a quiz night or, I don't know, like a karaoke, you organize a local round, you just need a field, you just need a ball, and you just need people. A lot of people do sports. This is not like being an astronaut. It's sports. So maybe we should normalize this and see this as the common thing that it is, sports, and work from there. And ask for your university to help you. Ask from, I don't know, the local bakery to offer you a coffee break. Like, I don't know, offer a coffee break for international students. Make it, I don't know, like, como é que se diz? Interesting for them to appear, okay? And bring this. I'm really glad you did this question, but bring this to the community calls, appear. Like, we are not a closed community. We literally have everyone that interacts with events. I know that all of you do that. Even if you're a president, treasurer, you interact with events, are welcome to our community calls. Mariana is currently doing calls with each section, one by one, and she didn't have the need to do it. If you appear to the community calls and discuss this with us. And I also want to highlight that we have a sports coordinator, we have a sport position specifically for this, and his main focus will be this. Not only the Erasmus National Games, but also to give you support, to give you guidelines, and to give you like a shoulder to cry if something goes not so properly. He'll be there, okay, he'll be there. And he's doing an amazing job so far. So let's try to motivate ourselves and not fail on this next Erasmus National Games because we cannot, literally, we cannot. But thank you for the question, really important.
Just one quick comment. If you have any questions regarding the ENG grant-wise, please direct it to Rafa, but also to me, because I'll be dealing with the rules of the program.
Yep.
So if you want a quick answer about, is this allowed as an expense? Drop me an email, I'll get back to you ASAP.
I have a question because like you say you need to we need to help you strategize for help. But where do you need help? Tell us. Here. Where do you need help?
Like,
Lisboa, concretely.
like
What's
a
the problem?
moment, I guess a moment to talk about local rounds and all the rules with everyone, and that like everyone is okay with the rules because
So, but to tackle that issue,
Erasmus National Game then because like we have to.
okay, but to tackle that issue, you have a section delegate. You have section delegate calls where you can discuss that concretely. If you think that you need to go in depth on that, you could go to the community call and discuss openly. Talk to Rafa,
Yeah.
talk to the community manager and say, please, in the next call, have a topic only regarding the whole book.
And the section delegate, like I
And-
think that one of the things that is failing is that the people that you choose to set for section delegates, and I'm not saying Lisboa in concretely, is like they are not aware of the responsibilities that they have as section delegate. Like there is an entire list of what they need to do, and we can do a session on how to be a section delegate if you want, because it's very important because those people are the ones that will be connected to the event and organizing the students and stuff like that.
Let's compromise here. In the next local boards call, we'll have one topic only regarding this. I don't mind spending time with you to show you the rule book. If needed, I will read the rule book with you, because clearly there are the materials exist. You can read them, you can analyze them with time concretely. If you don't do that, okay, we'll do it together. I will read with you like we did with the statutes. I don't mind. If it clarifies things on how they should work, I don't mind.
Okay. I'm also talking with the master because like she's more.
Okay, then wrap it up, please.
And she was saying like also it will be helpful to regarding like the space and also how national board would cover the stuff and also like the steps for the preparation and the causes of the project as a whole and not like because that will promote better the local rounds, I guess, because it's not like it's not that you do sport, you are into a huge project. Yeah.
Then again, I will.
Guys,
I will-
we have 10 minutes left in this Q&A. We have 5 comments left. None of the comments have been about training events, FYI. We have more national events than just an ENG. And this is not the only space where you can have these discussions. Again, community calls, Slack, WhatsApp, whatever it is.
What's up?
Please, if you want to add your comment, Edgar, just-
Regarding the rule book, I don't understand what is the problem because we send the rule book. In the first email we sent for the section delegates. So, since September, November, no, October, they have the whole book. More than 1 month. And we asked for suggestions to make changes. So, the problem is the whole book?
The problem is not.
Rita, please, finish.
Just to wrap up, we cannot rethink the causes of the project if you don't even know that this event is part of the project. And this doesn't happen only with the ENG, this happens with the IRM as well. I think people are not aware that ENG is not an event, it's part of MESH. And when you start seeing that event by part of Mesh, maybe the things, the idea, the core can be rethink.
Thank you very much. Now let's move on to the comments. Let's not have 20-minute discussions on all of them, please. And with that, yeah.
Yeah, what is this report?
Also, send us the comments written, please.
I want to talk a little bit about the communication package of ENM. I do understand that everyone in this room know what ENM means, but the communication package cannot be all just the letters. I'm sorry, but the international students don't know what is ENM. So we need to think about a solution to promote better the ENM. Like, imagine you are a student and you go to Instagram and you see ENM and you're like, what the fuck is this? And the next post don't have an explanation.
Yeah.
Like, you need to promote it. You need to show what it is ENM. You need to put like, is it a gathering of all the people that are studying in Portugal? Like, you need to promote it in another way. I do understand that it's not just your fault. Like the sales are not going well, but the communication package is a problem at the moment. If you have just the letters, and even in the examples that you show us here, you just see the letters. ENM. It doesn't mean anything for international students. Everyone knows we are ESNers, so we know. For me, it is perfect to see ENM because I know what it feels to be in ENM. I know what the event is, but they don't know. So we need to think about solutions for the future.
This is a comment you can react.
Just want to say that it's a thing, and I understand, but this will be way more fruitful if it was stolen 1 month ago. You know, like, and I'm not saying.
Reaction.
Okay.
There's my reaction.
I'm a reaction.
Just
I'm not saying that you shouldn't be saying this here, because you should and you must, and thank you that you are, but don't feel like you cannot give inputs for ENM, because you can, you should. It's your job to do that.
Sim, para nós dizerem isto está uma merda. Digam!
Yeah, tipo.
Não esperem até aqui à PM.
Até para nos tirar esta. Sorry.
Don't
Don't wait for this moment to say, like, give these inputs that you feel that are important. Please, when you know, like, literally when I open the call for OC, you can send me a message, you can send me an
Ok,
email.
pronto, já percebemos. Vá, próximo.
Rita, loudly.
Rita means ESM Lisboa. I will be completely now honest with the NM and all, like, because you wanted. I think we are in the middle. We are stuck. We don't do like a cheap event, and we don't differentiate. And so like the price is in the middle, everything is in the middle, and like if you look when things are in the middle, it will not work for, it's not sustainable. So I really think that's one of the main problems in my opinion. And then this year Lisbon is doing like the maximum that we can regarding NM, and I don't think we will reach good numbers. And if we don't reach, I think then the problem is structural, and we really need to think like, we have ESNers to go to Whitewall with QR codes to sell the NM, we cancel an event to sell the NM. Like, we are doing all these, and we were concerned about the buzz because we couldn't give information, so we call, and we were like, okay, we can't put 200 euros and don't say what is included. Like, the effort is really on our side. And I really think that we need to be humble and understand that, like, yeah, it's not working, let's improve, let's think, let's change, restructure. Like, I really also, yeah, don't have concrete, but I think thinking with all other international, with other countries, and also like this year, I think we start to sell without all the information. So like, what would be the activities there, and all that stuff. I think it would be useful maybe to delay a bit the sales, but when we start selling, you as OC have everything like, at least the strategy is there. You don't have to have already all the, like, the welcome kit, of course, and all that stuff, but yeah, have that.
We'll do our best to make sure we have a way to tackle the situation before it starts the loop again of organization of ENM. Because clearly the event is stuck, the sales are stuck, and it might be structural, as you said.
Thank you, Diana.
To continue this, I think that the event needs to be thinking from the start to the end. Like, I know that for the past years we had a lot of people that wanted to party and everything. At least in Portugal we can see there is a decrease of this kind of people. We are always receiving people asking us to have different events, don't have very much parties. And I know there is a problem for them to pay 106 euros to go to Algarve and have parties. If you had to the plan more cultural event, more cultural like activities, I know that you have external, but they have to pay more. So for 160, I think that it would be perfect if you put things like go to a museum, go in the boat, everything. I do understand it's not possible, but maybe if you put like the prices higher, but you had these parts, maybe they will buy it like the most, because it's a problem. Imagine being an Erasmus, they don't like alcohol, we are selling an event and it only has parties and everything. Last year we sent the 170 spots in 8 hours. This year is not possible for us. We're always talking to our international students, and we have people saying like, it's just partying. It's like, I'm not going to pay that to just go party. I know there is not a solution for this year, but next year I think that you should think in all events.
I have just a question. Like, yes, would you prefer that this fee would be like 200 euros, and for instance the boat with the dolphins and the caves were inside?
You can try one.
Exactly, that's something that we need to do, but that's something like, I mean, I can propose this next year, and then you come again here, the fee is too high. And this goes on and on, because of course I cannot do an event, and I put the boat to go to the caves, which costs 37 euros, the fee will go to 200, next year's here, it's too high, I mean, come on, like, they need to sleep, they need to sleep. We are not offering food, we want to offer activities. I mean, the fee will go to 200, to 50, to 300, but then you come here again, it's too high. But I understand that it's too high. I mean, people are starving basically everywhere. It's impossible to live in the big cities. I understand this, but like, if we want to restructure the event, it will not be us doing it. Me, I'm for sure. So it will not be us, because you cannot have 5 people saying yes. Next year we'll do this. No, it's you, because if you want to change it, you change with us for you to change to sell the event.
Thank you. Keep your comments short. We're over time, okay? So, Carol, please. Louder, please.
I agree with Diana. Like, I feel that we are trying to not sell the event like a drinking event, but what they see in the Instagram and Facebook is the activities, and they see party at beach, party at Kiss Club, and they think this is a drinking event. So, like, I talk on behalf of ESN Aveiro, our parties have a lower attendance this semester, and I feel that other departments are gaining more recognition, like projects. We have many projects, and they are always full. So I think the interest of the international students is also changing. So that might also be a problem.
Can I make a question?
You can make a reaction, but it can't be a discussion.
But can it be like, just out of curiosity, it's not a discussion.
20 seconds.
Okay, if you had to tell me, how many international students did you have on your last party?
130.
Like random one, you don't have to.
130.
You have 60 spots.
But the party is 1.5 years.
Yeah, I understand. Like,
it's not
I understand. I
160
understand
or
what you're.
210.
But the experience is way different.
Yeah, I know, but like we have been talking to them since the beginning of the year.
Yes.
I did the presentation like in the welcome session. I told them this is going to happen. Like I even showed them the Instagram. Like
I understand the reality, and I agree that it's shifting. It is shifting. It's a thing, but you cannot like say let's change everything because I don't like parties. Like, sorry, we'll discuss this after.
Again, you have the community calls sometime probably within the next month and a half. There's a perfect spot for all of this. Thank you for bringing it up regardless. Sorry if I'm pressuring you to finish, but Pedro, you're the last one.
So, regarding ENG 2023, it was way better in terms of partnerships and the collaboration and the interaction between ESN Portugal and ESN Coimbra, from what I heard from the last board. Our partners loved the event, the feedback was great. Our commercial partners also loved the event and it was great, and I hope also the students did. And I think if it's to continue to doing it in Coimbra, it's great to continue like this, despite it put a lot of work on me to the institutional partners and on our section with the commercial partners. And if your idea is to continue to do it in Coimbra, I would recommend to rebook everything now to avoid problems that we had needed to reschedule the event and everything.
Thank you.
So we're
Então,
finished.
bom.
The international board. Please send us your comments if you haven't already, which none of you have, so think about us, please. And quality assurance with Elder. Now you have 10 minutes to speak, 10 minutes to discuss, and the minutes are in both languages. So.
Sorry. A vereadora está aqui.
Ai, acho que
Não vou botar mais do que
para o streaming, tem que ser. Não, deixa eu estar aberto.
Guys, focus.
Está a ouvir? Está a dar?
Sim, tá.
Okay. Okay, so I brought here this topic because I do believe that we owe you at least an explanation about the quality assurance. Okay, so you were expecting at the end of last year to have a quality assurance call with me and potentially a networking care officer. Nevertheless, and for the reasons I said that in an email that was sent, it didn't happen. Okay, so here we brought a discussion because we tackled this here. We tackled this issue, and when we see an issue, we try to work on it, and there are already updates for it. Okay, so here, as I explained, like these technical difficulties, are something that is pretty normal to happen. Okay, so when this happens, we have to think about what we can do to solve the problem. So first of all, identify the technical difficulties we faced. So here we can see that we had lack of a human resource. So here the network care officer. The process is long and time consuming, okay, for both the national board and for the sections. Like we work with the SN Porto doing a test drive to the quality assurance process and showing them look, this will be painful. And they were like, okay, let's do it. How was it, SN Porto? There you go. And at the end, with a process that is too long, time consuming, with the lack of human resources, we can add the vice president portfolios, being in the network care, being in development, being in expansion, being in the learning and development. Okay, so here there are quite a few portfolios on the table. But nevertheless, this cannot be excluded from the work we do. Network care and development is a priority for us. we cannot talk about expansion if we don't talk about development of our existing sections. This is why this process has to be happening. So we decided to revamp the quality assurance process, okay? So it's still in the making, okay? We are still working with Renata, the HR community manager, that now has also the task to be a network care officer. And we have been having meetings with other community managers, also like try to brainstorm what we can do together to improve the whole process. So for now, what I can tell you, it will be happening once every year, okay? First, like before we had 2 moments of quality assurance, one in the end of the civil year and one at the end of the academic year. Now, we're gonna have 1 quality assurance call between May and June. This is like the proposal, okay, we are making. So the network and care team, a lot of people were asking like, do we have a network and care team? Don't we? Like, we don't have a network care officer, but the network care we do, it's not directly with the network care officer, it's with the community managers. They are the ones that are going to reach your positions and to tackle the problems in each area. And this is the network care we need. And we have to make sure that quality assurance is a tool of knowledge transfer and the transitional one. Okay, so this will be more important than for you like the section questionnaire that some of you have like filled it and do not know for what it's, what's the use of it. Okay, this will be the tool you will be using to give your boards, your mandate ideas to the next board. Okay, like this is fundamental to things to like go as smooth as possible and to have stability in your sections. Any questions? And just to add, as I did in the last ones, I want to thank Renata, the HR community manager, to be helping me with this topic here.
We are being watched by the international treasurer as well.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Hey.
Iberg is watching the stream.
Hi, Iberg.
We will have topics on the SM card. Stay tuned.
Actually, can you please send it to the GA, the streaming?
We sent it yesterday.
Yeah, ready?
Oh,
Sorry, you can ask your stuff in the Slido, guys, please. If there's no questions in 2 minutes, then I'll close the speakers list. Victor Mendes, loudly and sure.
Também GSM Lisboa. I think that quality assurance is really important because all sections like have problems that can improve or need to share like best practice with others, and sometimes we don't want to, or there is no space to show our problems, and here is the time for that. I would like to understand better how then you will convert the information into actions, because for me, if I say like, yeah, I'm losing money, but then if we don't do anything, then yeah, or like, oh, I have internal conflicts, but then if it's only to say and I don't get the help with that, really the proper actions, yeah, it's, I think the work that you put then it will not improve the federation.
I completely agree with you. The three main ideas here are reporting, monitoring, evaluating. So reporting what has been done on the quality assurance. So we have a document with the whole report on what are like the weak points, what are strong points of the section. Then the work has to be done with the people that work in this area for the whole year. Am I as vice president the one who works with you on treasury things? Like, is Vinga the one who can like have calls every month with you? No, this is why we need the community managers to be active on this, like to know what are the weak points of the section and to see the progress of the section. Like they are the key part of this whole process. Because I'm here, I will have like the one call a year with you, talk about quality. Of course, like we talk about like the state of the section, but like imagine you have someone here who doesn't like talk with you about the quality of the section, and just calls you once a year, saying, "No, okay, what have you done?" Like, no, so we have the community managers to tackle this situation. But also adding to this, like, we have to make this process like sustainable. Like we cannot just like draft a document and that's it, and it stays there. Okay, we have started like with the ESN with the ESN port. Document has been sent to the sections. Okay, now we want to see actions from it, and I know that next time I'm gonna have maybe a call with the ESN. I'm gonna say, okay, like we have discussed this. Where are the upgrades, like the improvements on this task? Like, why is this weak point still a weak point? Like, what have you made? Like, the actions actually have to come from the section. We can help, of course, but like we give you like the scenario. You have to give the actions because you will be the one performing them.
Thank you, Albert. Thank you, Rita. Is anybody adding themselves to the speakers list?
Yes.
Anna?
And yes, and Lisboa. You spoke about the quality assurance tool, and I wanted to know a bit more about the structure. So, for instance, I know that DSM Wiki has a document about, for instance, to help support the board to see if they're working like well together, and so it's a set of questions, and then you rate it, and then you do like a visual overview. I just wanted to know, like, what are you thinking? Are you going to do like different areas that you have to tackle with a set of questions, so that we can do like internal assessments for ourselves, and then also display that to you, and you can support us in a better way? Like, besides the policy, the limit quality assurance tool, like, how will it be structured? We already have some type of idea.
Perfect. This is a very good question. So, as of now, the quality assurance tool has, first of all, 2 criteria. Okay, so it's like 2 questionnaires. They are divided by our fields. Okay, and it's more or less 50 to 60 questions, I think. Okay, and each one has a different value for points, and then they sum up the points, and it gives you a percentage that gives you a level that assess your quality in each area. So we are going through like this whole thing to give a percentage, and that's not what we want. We don't want to play like with percentage. It's not a test. It's not an assessment. Like we want to have like facts and like the problems. This is why, for now, what we are doing about the structure is to bring it to 1 criteria, like that's it, and to play with the values of each point. Like, of course, there will be like questions there that will be more important than others. Like, it's more important for you to have legal documents than maybe to like, I don't know, do you give water to your international students when they are like, I don't know, like coming to an event, like to a pet care? You know, like the first question is much more important. This is why the points that like that will be like linked to this question will be more relevant, and it will like improve your score in the QA tool. But then like it will be like 1 criteria that will give points, and the points will be associated to a level. So, and this has to be standardized because we need comparison. We need to have like comparison to see where we are like inside the federation, where are our sections, and how we can like improve and tackle difficulties like between them. That's it. Like, because I honestly would prefer like sections to be like everyone on 60% of quality of the quality level than to have 1 at 90, 1 at 10. Understand? Like it's really hard like to and we have to measure this. This is really like to have the measurable items to define the strategies for the future.
Thank you, Albert. Mike?
Miguel Fernandes, and Personal
Loudly, please.
Should the one-on-one calls be scheduled close together? This is just so that we can actually, the sections can actually be prepared for like a quality assurance period, and like within a space of 2 weeks, we have every community manager actually go towards a section which is okay. Let's assess you. Let's actually get a grip on your reality as it is right now. Do you think this is a good idea, and this can actually aid the plan for the May/June, where we actually have the plans for the next mandate? Do you think it's actually valuable? Or?
It's doable. On the document we are like writing now, we are trying to put like a specific timeline for one-on-one calls with community managers, then a specific time for the quality assurance itself, so you can be like prepared and expecting that to happen, because it's not fair like to have one-to-one call be happening in September when the person is like taking the position, and the other one taking like at the end of the mandate when the position has been like successfully completed.
Thank you.
Is anybody adding themselves to the speakers list? I propose to close the speakers list. Does anybody oppose? Speakers list is closed. Strongly.
Vou então ao auditivo. don't even know if it's a question, a comment, or another. I don't really know how to rephrase it, but I have a question then, and my doubt, let's say. So, from what I understand, the quality of the stool is pretty much the same. It's gonna be, how do you say? Not redone, but like rethought and refined, which is amazing because it was getting a little obsolete. It was made in 2020. Obviously, after 4 years, it needs to be rethought. My question slash doubt is, since the community managers are gonna have a bigger role in this part of the quality assurance process and delivering, are they gonna also be the ones doing the reports, like the general ones and the individual ones per section in their phases, and then, for example, you or Renata are the ones that are gonna like compile it in one document, or is it you're gonna send some like financial report, an HR report from the quality assurance?
No, I think the most strategic thing to do was to have like one in one, like everything in one document. Like I don't want you to be receiving all the feedbacks like in 7 different documents. Like all the feedback should be in one, so the section can like assess the quality state and like read it and think into actions. I don't think it would be like feasible to like have 7 reports all over the place.
Can I just ask? Do you have like a style? Are you thinking of doing it like by civil year or unletting? So like you'll deliver the reports at the end of like the civil year or like around June, July?
The goal is this to be like a transitional tool. Like so, the idea here would be to have it done until like the end of June, July. So the next board could have it like on the beginning of August, September to see, okay, this is how it worked before. How are we going to like? What are the actions we're going to implement to this next year?
And this fits with the timing of the noise superposition.
Yeah, it's exactly like the timing of this proposition.
Thank you.
Please send us that comment slash question slash something written. And with this, since the meeting is closed, thank you, Elder. You are done. And unless Rafa or Madeira has something to say, we have a coffee break. Okay. Wait, sit. This is 20 minutes, which means we'll be back at 25. Be here, there's the voting and the quorum check at 25. Rafa very. Okay. ESN Algarve.
Here.
Loudly, please. ESN Almada.
Here.
ESN Aveiro.
Here.
ESN Castelo Branco.
Here.
ESN Coimbra.
Here.
ESN Covilhã.
Here.
ESN Évora.
Here.
ESN Lisboa.
Here.
ESN Madeira.
Here.
ESN Minho.
Here.
ESN Porto. ESN Tomar.
Here.
ESN Otávio.
Here.
Thank you. We have quorum and everyone who is here can vote, which is all of the sections. Okay. Troca de. So really, very quickly. Long story short, at the next national platform, we won't be using Slido if everything goes well, which means we will be using the Q&A tool that ESN International has been using since at least last year, which means all of you who are coming to the NP and would like to ask questions, Covilhã, please. Covilhã. Henrique.
Já.
Mariana. Hello, girls, please.
Estava mesmo noutro mundo.
Obrigada. Everyone who is coming to the next NP needs an ESN account. I know Porto has different regulations. Aveiro sometimes doesn't already do it when you become a candidate. But everyone who wants access to this account, to this website, actually to this platform, will need their ESN account active so they can have their own profile on it and have access to it. You'll get your own little badges and everything according to how vocal you are. So this is kind of our reward for you guys being participative. And we are going to be testing this. We are going to be, the National Board will be, not now, the National Board will be introducing this as well in a local boards call. So it won't be news to you during the NP, which is why we're not using it already, even though it's functional. All of the voting, the Q&As written in person actually, they will all be using this. So if all goes well, we have, again, the testing, the sharing with you guys during a call, so everything will go smoothly. But this will be our new reality if everything goes well, okay? Again, if you have questions, Gonçalo is your person, not me. He will be the one doing the introduction of this to you guys. So, now it's Ruivinha with the SNF card.
Very nice. We will end this NP with the most important topics of your life. Huh? Hello. Can I start?
Guys, this is not a break.
I have 10 minutes.
Let me check. You have 15 minutes to present and 10 minutes to discuss.
Okay. I'll make it short so you can maybe ask questions. Hello everyone. So why I'm here? I'm today presenting some data to you. This is like the first time that we do this in ESN Portugal, and not maybe. And the reason why I'm here now is because I think that this needs to become a common practice for the next years and for the next treasurers and national boards. The implementation of this report and what I want to do is basically analyze the data that we have from ESN portal and not only, so that we can understand what is happening and who are the people that we are selling the cards in Portugal. I want this to become a report on the civil year. So, for instance, we are working on the report for 2023. What I think it can work is that in the NP in March, the treasurer comes here and gives you the preliminary data, and then the report will be finished until the middle of the year, so until June, and it's presented to you. This is what it will happen. So until the end of my mandate, this report will be finished, so that you can understand like the national perspective on what is happening. So the purpose of this report is that the fact that we have an internal tool which is called ESN Portal, and we are doing absolutely nothing with it in terms of analyzing the data, in terms at least national-wide. You can, and you already have some statistics on the portal itself that you can analyze like in your local section. I think that you should start doing this. If you don't have, your treasurers do not have time, ask someone in your section. And also this is a good way for you to engage more within your section in the BFC community. So it's like those people that are working on this can come to our calls also, so that we can learn all together. So for the report of 2023, we will use data from ESN portal, and we will also be using some data given by the ESN card team from the esncard.org. So what we will try to do is basically see, so if we sell 10,000 ESN cards in Portugal, how many of them, for instance, are actually getting to esncard.org, so we can actually see if sections are like making the connection between having the card and the website. So imagine if we only have 60% of this ratio, means that at least 40% of the students are not using Ryanair or Flixbus or other partnerships, or they don't even are aware of the website, which is not the ideal. In the future, new data can be used. For instance, if the next treasurers have this plan, they can start using some satisfaction survey for the service at the national level. Imagine at the end of the semester, you are going home, you receive an email saying, how was your experience with the ESN card in Portugal? This is already being done at the international level, but we can replicate this at the national level. You can replicate this on the local level if you want to know what can be improved, for instance, in your local partnerships, in your local activities. If they think, for instance, imagine you can have an open question like, do you think the price of your ESN card is worth it? And maybe they can tell you, no, because your events are not good. And this is a reflection that you can have and that you can learn from it and improve. So this is obviously preliminary data, and this is actually with like bare minimum like the treatment. I have to be honest, I haven't even looked at this data. I don't have time. Gonçalo, as IT manager, is helping me on this, and basically all of the presentation from now on was done by him, and I'm just here to present, obviously, as treasurer. So obviously further analysis needs to be made, like to actually verify like if the data is reliable or not. With this, basically the report will be written by the BFC team, so I will involve the positions of the BFC manager, employability and partnerships, because it is also something that can be done through all of the team, and I will be coordinating this. And I think this is a tool that is it can be very good to be improved in the next year. So this is the first year. I don't know what is going to happen, but let's hope for the best. So let's go through some data. I will show you some data not only from 2023, because as this is the first year that we are doing this, we can also have a pre-look on what has been done. This is the ESN card sales since we have the tool of ESN portal, so 2020. Obviously, 2020 is not the best example because of the pandemic, but you can see the raise after this, so it means that we are actually increasing. But you can see like the increase from 2022 to 2023 is not as high as the other years, but it means that we are slowly increased. For instance, next year in 1 year from now, so if someone is doing the ESN card report of 2024, you can see how it has increased or decreased or stabilized. So it can be a tool for us to realize what is happening. So this is the ESN card sales divided per section. Obviously, a lot of sections sell more than others. This is not like to shame on you, obviously. This is just for the sake of the data that we have. And this year, obviously, so in terms of, this is ESN card sales registered on the portal, obviously. There are some sections that are not using the portal currently. For instance, ESN Madeira started using it now again. Thank you. And so this means, and for a fact, we sold in 2023 more than 10,000 ESN cards. So we reached that landmark. Very good. Thank you, because this is part of your job and your work. So thank you. And this is something that we want to continue, Raise, okay? As we've been discussing throughout this weekend, there are many ways that we can engage and improve our sales. So this is something that we also need to be working on. Obviously this is the same, but now divided by sections. You can see the numbers here. Obviously Lisboa, Porto, Coimbra obviously have the higher amount, and then in the report I hope that we can actually see if the sections have like the increased or not, what has been happening. If you see like Algarve and Madeira have currently 0 because they were not selling it. And this is something that you can also use in terms of if you have your data, because you can ask for instance, your IRO, yeah, IRO, yeah, IRO. Exactly. So if you go there and imagine if you have Instituto Politécnico do Mar, you go there and you tell how many international students do you have this semester? Okay, you have 50. So if you sell 41, means that you basically everyone had an ESN card. Amazing. Okay, so this is something that you can know for a fact and you can work on this. So also start thinking on that because you can actually see your reach with this too. So this is the number of international students per country. This data, I think this data is exactly from 2023, not from the past years. As you can see, like Italians. Italians are clearly the biggest amount of international students that we have in Portugal. I mean, this is a common trend basically in everywhere. But it's very, very funny to see that Germany is actually the second country and not Spain, which is typically what is normal, let's say, in terms of like their Erasmus Plus program. So this is very, very interesting because you can see that if Germany is here in the second place, it means that we are reaching them. And maybe with this, and I mean, not entering cultural stereotypes or whatever, and you were saying before, maybe we don't have a lot of parties or whatever, because maybe you can see that the countries that we are reaching are not like the usual SWEP party or whatever, okay? I mean, this can be a reflection also from your side. On our side, this is very, very good. It means that the diversity of people is very nice. And then you can see here, Portugal, Poland. Obviously, Portugal is the volunteers and alumni, and also this is maybe because people are like not smart enough to fill this with their own country. So this is why the data needs to be analyzed further. So it is impossible for. I don't think that we have 7. Exactly. It can be like this. So this is what I mean. I don't think we have 700 volunteers / alumni / whatever like with the ESN card in the portal. Like I doubt it. So this is something that needs to be further analyzed. And then you can also see France. For instance, it's very, very interesting to see here Brazil. So Brazil normally are people that are here doing the full degree and not like Erasmus Plus like 6 months. So and they are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they are only the 5th country, and this number is like not very high, knowing that we know for a fact that we have more Brazilians and other CPLP countries here. So this is funny. I will then send you this presentation, and when we have the report, we can look at it. This is actually, so this is the mobility duration 2023. So this is what international students say. So the duration of their mobility. So if they are Erasmus Plus for 1 semester, for 1 year, for more than 2 years, which means they are a full degree student. And actually, it's interesting and something that I don't know. Like as I told you, this is like preliminary data because like the students say that they are here for more than 2 years, which means that we are actually affecting more long-term students than like 1 semester, which I don't think it's the case, at least from what I see and from what you like kind of told me. So this is very interesting, and this is something that needs to be looked into, obviously. And as I said, we need to see if the data is like good enough so we can assure this, let's say. And here it's also like the data from the age. So as you can see, the median, it means that they were born in 2000, which means they have at this moment 24 years old. And obviously you have a lot of outliers. Like I don't think that anyone was born in 2010 because it's not possible for them to be here. Yeah, because they were 14 years old. So obviously some of the data is not reliable. But I guess that, I mean, you can have people born in 1965 if you are Luis Luna, because probably it is. I don't know, because it's yes and Porto. So I mean, you can have a lot of older people because if they are alumni and they register to the portal, I mean, yeah. So this is just fun. Yeah. And that was it. So I just brought to you like very small amount of data. This was not the thing that I wanted to, like, I would like to have like more specific data, but obviously this is this is the first time that we are doing it. I just want to come here and actually like mark this as a thing that I want for the next treasurer and national board to do. In March in the NP, you come here, you present preliminary data from the report, you can have a sense of what's happening. In 3 months from now, we present the report and it's done. So thank you, Gonçalo. Also, I think he might be watching. And if you have any questions, please do it.
Speakers list is open. If you prefer, there's still the link in the info room. Might be quicker. Rita Mendes. Guys, calm down, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's really useful to have the big picture of all the sections regarding ESM card, and because we are like you are shaping now these and how this should be presented, and like even in Lisbon when we say that we sell 4,000 cards, like it doesn't give me a lot because I don't have division between the total number of international students, and I imagine I increase the sales, but I don't know if the international students increase or decrease, so it's like I can't measure what I'm doing, let's say, in terms of ESM card reach. So I think it will be useful try to have a number per section of international students that they receive. I know that it might be hard, but it will be really useful for this presentation to be more insightful.
Okay. I mean, that's a hard question because I don't think that this enters in the scope, or like at least in the scope of the work of the treasurer. Like, if you want to know how many international students you have in Lisboa, it should be your president going like to the like all of the universities you have in Lisboa to ask how many international students you have. And I agree that it's basically impossible in Lisboa because I mean to do this. I don't think, and Chico can correct me on this, that we as ESM Portugal are able to have data on all of the universities, so this is basically impossible.
You just have overall.
Exactly. So I mean, we can know that for in fact in Portugal we received in 2023, I don't know, 60,000 international students. Let's say that's maybe kind of something like that.
You can have the data.
Yes, but you know the data like for the whole country. You don't know specific from universities or cities.
You can have international agency.
We can.
But they can't share it.
They can. It's just a number.
Okay, exactly, it's just a number. Okay, so Rita is telling us, thank you, International President. So if Rita is telling us, for instance, you can share. Okay, this is very good. So this means that we can actually, go.
Yeah, I'll just make a proper comment.
Okay, so this is basically something that maybe we can implement also on the report. Like, for instance, the percentage of, because I mean, that's one example that I gave. In Tomar, it's very easy to know how many international students you are affecting, but if you go to bigger cities and sections, especially when you have sections that are working with more than one university, which is basically all of you, I would say, like all of you have more than one university / polytechnical / private, whatever. So it's very hard. In this year, I will tell you it does not appear on the report, but obviously it can be a consideration for the future.
But you do can have data, okay? It needs to be a bit freewheeling of the national agencies to give you. The thing is that it's public data and it should be publicly available. The thing is that the national agencies don't make the data available. Something that yes, and actually has been advocating for a long time to actually make this data available for comparisons, but also for us to understand how to improve. Some NAs share the data. I think the Portuguese one will share, no problem at all. The thing is that, and just a disclaimer, they use a platform called beneficiary model is not working properly. So the platform has a lot of mistakes and a lot of errors. That's why the commissioners take so much time to analyze data. So they will have data, probably will not be 100% accurate also on their side.
It's a proxy.
Yeah.
Rita Dias, ESN International.
Yes, thank you so much, Vinha. Also, because I think this is a very important topic, so last year in Minho, ESN International presented something called a research, like the research policy for the rest of ESN, and the ESN card is there. So actually ESN analyzing the ESN card data in order to do this comparison, I think it's very fruitful. My question is a bit to prepare you for your next challenge. So you are taking this now on the national level, how do you intend to implement this on international level?
So the analysis of the data. I mean, that was something I mentioned yesterday. So until 2019-20, there was a ESN Card Network report that was released, that was done by the ESN Card team, and it was basically I think it has like 20-something pages about the data from esncard.org. I think that the most challenge part here is that the data from esncard.org, it's very, so it only if the student actually subscribes to the site, to the website, you have information there. But imagine we sell more ESN cards than the people that go there. So the only data that we have there is the only data that we can rely on. I mean, for the future and thinking about the digitalization and the AMS, if they are meant, so if everyone uses the platform and if they already subscribe there, the data that we'll have will be better and more in terms of number. In terms of implementation.
Yes.
So the ESN Card team should be doing this report. There was until that time, I think, a person in the team which is like what was like a data analytic. So there was one person in the team that was only doing this with the team responsible, and I think that's the way we should go. So have someone in the team only looking through the data and work on the report with the ESN Card team leader, and also with me like supervising the works.
Two comments, Marta.
Yeah.
Sorry. First one is that we also use, for example, this data to show, for example, when you have meetings with Latin America, with Africa, we show them how many cards we sell in these regions. The problem is that the data from the ESN card needs to be exported by the optical.
Exactly. I know. We have a lot of challenges.
I can explain after. There's not a long.
It's the company that has the website ESNcard.org is hosted by a company called Optica, so they are managing that. So the challenges of ESNcard.org are way bigger than we think. Like the look of it, the way we interact with it. So that's why. But I mean, we need like to work on that relationship and have this data, because this data is basically the only thing that we have in terms of international. In Portugal and doing the bridge here, we are lucky to have an internal platform that we can actually have more data and rely on. So there are the NOs don't have, and I think that also as ESM Portugal, you should take these and showcase these at international level to see how we work and actually to be a best practice on this.
And just to finalize, because I only understood actually how important is the ESN card fullest this year. So I had a meeting with Vice President Skinas in last semester basically, and look, it's a 20-minute meeting, he's not going to give you more of his time, and he always going to speak about things that he wants. Okay, European degree, AGM, and he spoke about the ESN card. He said that the ESN card at the moment is the only membership platform that the European Commission has to understand the Erasmus alumni. It's the only one, there is nothing else.
Exactly.
And we are not taking full advantage of actually the power of the ESN card, and just you have the portal, please do it, because you actually are proving membership of international students in Portugal, because they have no other way to track it.
Exactly. This is a tool that we can use for advocacy, like the data that we have with this, obviously. Thank you.
I propose to close the speakers list. Is anybody opposed? Speakers list is closed. Diana Williams.
Diana Williams. I love this topic. This information is gold. Like, there's a lot of
Thank you,
companies
marketing.
that are
Thank you,
working
marketing.
for this. Like, having a database that, like we have is like amazing. We are doing the 3-year strategy in Porto, and I've been talking about this like all the open space that we had. Like, we can adapt our events to the generations, to the countries, everything. We can adapt our communication to this. We can adapt our partnerships with this. This is perfect. You just need to look to this data and change everything, adapting everything that we do. This is like perfect. Thank you to bring this for here. I love it.
Thank you. Can I just do a final comment to add? So thank you very much. This is exactly what I wanted. Just to wrap up this, this will also impact the way that we actually work with Portal and other things. For instance, in Portal, when they subscribe to the form, they choose the university. For instance, imagine if you are from University of Coimbra, you can actually choose the faculty. So if you are studying economics, but some others they just choose like Universidade Católica, and for instance in Universidade Católica you can study a lot of things. So actually one feature for the development plan is actually have one space for them to fill out what they are studying. If they are studying finances, natural sciences, languages and humanities. So we will actually change the portal because there is a need through this, and we can actually also adapt the things, and we can actually like improve it. So thank you very much. This is very, very important. Please interact, and I hope that, I mean, the report needs to be done until the end of the semester, and then take it and actually use it to improve for the next semester, so for the next local boards.
Thank you.
Guys, we have a spot for ESN cards. Coordinator, you'll do this, right?
Yes, vacant, yeah.
HR manager. Woo.
Yeah.
Thank you, Livinga.
Thank you. Hey,
just a quick note, you guys. In the agenda, there's the attendance sheet. We have like 3 or 4 sections that are still not present here. Please, Castelo Branco, Lisboa, Madeira, write yourselves in. It really doesn't take so much.
Yeah,
and sorry. There's the attendance sheet, which every single person at this event needs to fill in, please. So do not leave this room without signing it. And otherwise, maybe.
hello everyone. I haven't been speaking to you in a long time. So, so this topic is also one of my favorites. I mean, as you can see, and I talked with you yesterday, I have like less than half a year until the end of my mandate, and these two, the SNK report and these are the things that I want to leave for the Federation, like as a mark of my 2 years here. I think that this can be like an improvement and a change in the way that we look to these topics and how ESN Portugal actually operates. I'm here with Sara. So Sara is the employability officer of ESN Portugal. She was a support structure that already existed in 2022. I think it was the last person that we have in this. On my first mandate, I didn't implement this. It's fine, mistakes happen. I was too naive to understand the importance of this, but now I'm here again, and I brought this position back because it is extremely important, and this is something that you will realize on this strategy. So I will give you the framework. Employability in ESN Portugal is a thing. So it is on the 3-year strategy of ESN Portugal, 2023-2025. So on the point 5.9, it says that ESN Portugal must be one of the focus of ESN Portugal for the future. Obviously, this in the action plan is very, very broad. So this was made in 2022, approved. Obviously, back in the days, we kind of looked for on employability maybe in a different way. Now we realize that maybe we need to shift. On the next 3-year strategy, maybe for 2026, 28, this can have a different shift because we are already working on it. So this is how you work with 3-year strategies and then action plans. Because in the action plan 2024, we already have 2 topics about this employability. So we have a strategy for 3 years and we are implementing 2 actions this year. The first one is the creation of the employability strategy, which is what we are going to present today. And the other is actually attend more employability fairs and other types of events, increase this commercial, corporate and institutional visibility of ESN Portugal. So these 2 points are very, very important, and I think that so far we are working on it on the right direction. Now, Sara.
So what have we done so far? So I've attended a conference about employer branding to know what the companies are looking for, what's the type of employees they are looking for, what are the characteristics and everything, like to understand a bit of the concept behind the companies. And also 3 job fairs in the north, in various fields, to get the feedback on the companies about what if they are looking for a more international environment and for international people to work there. From these, I gathered more than 40 contacts that are looking forward to work with us and know more about our employability strategy.
Exactly. And I mean, imagine just on these, like 3, let's say 4 small actions. I mean, it was not small because she went there and she traveled. We already, like this week, we have an email from Adidas.
Yeah.
Like they were the ones reaching to us, and we don't even have a strategy or even a plan to present to them, you know. Like, but they are already reaching out to us. So only by going there, giving the business card, we already had an email from Adidas, you know. So this was like amazing. I'm
like
having goosebumps.
Can I have a gazelle pair?
So let's roll up our sleeves. What is the intention behind this employability strategy? So, as you might know, ESM Portugal had in the past an international job fair. So it was a job fair online. It was made. The last one was in 2022, and in the same year we did the job fair and EGM with Talent Portugal. So Talent Portugal is a company that basically operates in job fairs and this with the students association and wherever. So basically every job fair that you go in your university is made by them. They have the monopoly. I think I can say this.
Just a curiosity, it started with a partnership with ESN Porto.
Exactly. So, but what happened to this? What we gathered the feedback from the companies and also from Talent Portugal, we met with a company and we wanted to do again the international job fair in the way that was made. Talent Portugal said it was not a good idea because they were not taking advantage of this because the companies actually said that had bad feedback on this because international students where they are in Portugal right now, they are not looking for a job now. They might come here because they need to finish their studies first. They might come here in half a year, in 1 year. A company does not go to events to hire people in 1 year. They go there to hire people now. So we need to shift. We need to shift the reality, and we don't want to do this job fair again. It's something that we already decided. However, I think that this employability strategy and the employability in Portugal for the next years needs to have events, or at least a physical space where we can actually connect with this. So our concept for this year, and Sarah will explain you, is this.
So our first door to the job market is a traineeship. Okay, most of us do traineeships. So, and in Erasmus we have a really good program called Erasmus Plus Traineeships. So why not present this program to companies and make them realize what they have to do and explain them that they can have international students there and not pay anything. So that if the students eventually like the company, they can stay there and work and stay here in Portugal. This is a way to open their doors to international students and international people.
Exactly.
And how would ESN interfere here? How can ESN help them? So this would be a kick-off event to present them the program, to explain them all the bureaucracies, to present them how can they ask for help, and how can we help them.
We are still thinking on the concept. It can be in the style of a conference, it can be like a meeting. We are not still deciding what is going to happen, so this is something that we are working on the future. But we already wanted to tell you that our goal is to make this in Porto, and why. So ESN Portugal is legally registered in Porto, and we go to all of the events as Conselho Municipal da Juventude, and we have a lot of already connections with the City Hall. City Hall of Porto is actually one of the city halls that works more with employability. Like for instance, they have at least exactly.
They have a special program connected to employability that it's Terra, and it's like really developed. They have a lot of events, so if we put our event in their agenda, it would have like a really highlight, and most companies would know, okay, this is serious.
Yeah. We are aiming for the 2 first weeks of June. We don't have the date yet, of course, but stay tuned because all of this is going to be a process, and we also want you as a sections to be there. So first to have people, and second because we want also you to be there and interact with the company that can be there. We are still deciding on what's happening, and this will be the focus of the employability officer until then. So, but what is the idea of this strategy? So the first one is actually for us to connect with the company. So we have at least 40 contacts. We want more. We want actually the companies to know that ESN Portugal exists, and we want them after to be reaching out to us and not the other way around. So the first point of contact that we want to make is the kick-off event, so that companies interact with us. We can explain actually what is ESN Portugal and how we can interfere on them. And then comes the after. And the after is actually how ESN Portugal can have revenue on this, because obviously this has a program or as a project in ESN Portugal. This can be a source of revenue and can be one of the diversifications of sources of revenue of ESN Portugal. So we want to basically monetize all of these tools, so for the companies to use us as a bridge to connect with the students. We already do this through the survival guide. You know that, for instance, you have Vodafone, but not this edition, but in the previous editions we have Cytel that now changed their name, which was a company that did like a lot of recruitment, and they had in 2 years ago 2 pages with a QR code basically saying, do you want to work in Portugal? Sign here. So this can be also a focus, and we can also fund the other projects. We can fund national events, and we can monetize our newsletters, website, and social media. So the tab of job offers in the website that obviously currently does not really exist because we are changing the website. The website is a major platform that we can have, and actually it's something that the companies ask a lot, to have a part on our website explaining their company and connecting them to their landing page about jobs. At the end, we are also aiming, this might be a bit overachieving, but let's say we focus on a mission. If we cannot, we would like to have like a small booklet or like at least something specific that after the event we can give to the companies, like how can the companies have Erasmus Plus traineeships in their company? So how can they engage? So yes, and obviously this is also one of the things, like we can connect this project with our grants and actually continue to fund ESN Portugal, okay? So
yeah, and also for example for Lobos de Ouro, we can have like a company behind them and giving them.
So this is one of the. So this is a major point of contact that we will reach, and obviously we are as I told you already, we are like changing Lobos de Ouro, and with the context that we have here, we can already propose something for Lobos de Ouro and actually increase, like funding our internal projects.
Yeah, but this all depends on you. So please, collaborate with us when we share our events, our things. Please go and be present, because you are also the face. Like, we prepare everything, but you are the faces and you make everything work. So, yes.
Thank you. If you have questions, please do. If you have any specific questions for the employability officer, this is the email, and annoy her.
Speakers list is open.
Da Junior Enterprises.
Eles vão estar lá no Level Up.
Exato.
Esse gajo é fazer
É isso.
o evento é com eles.
É isso.
E o novo diretor do CJB de Braga veio da Startup Braga. É uma moça.
É isso, por exemplo, no próximo ano.
Isso é
o
tenso,
evento pode ser em
no
Braga.
geral.
Does anybody have
chegar à
questions?
As parcerias público-privadas em Braga, no geral, são tensas. Mas é só para saberes que
Eu ficava aqui mais
o Pedro já está na casa.
Guys, olhem o streaming, se faz favor.
Desculpa.
É decente, fica assim. Ai, é cheio.
We just
much once again. You are incredibly alive as international. So we have two projects at the moment running on this. One of them is called Erasmus Careers. That I don't know if you want, I can give you the project if you want to read, but I think it's incredibly important that this is also converging in your strategy. And the other one is one that we are starting now, that is called Datas. Okay, that is the project that is going to change the Erasmus intern website.
Exactly.
So no, I think if you also can find synergies with these two projects in these ambitious goals, I think it will be perfect and everything will be aligned in the future.
Yeah. Can I comment just on that?
You
Just
can
to
react.
thank you. And the thing that we want to do, like that event, is something that we can also connect with international. For instance, we want to have a space to showcase our tools. So Erasmus Intern obviously is a way that companies can connect. So we want like actually engage with everything that we have. And this is also something that I'm planning on maybe using on my application, like using employability better and like actually interconnect companies with ESN to showcase our like corporate, to increase our corporative image, let's say.
Thank you. Sorry, interment, I thought other repeaters was a question and not a comment. Does anybody have questions?
Yes.
Can you please write your questions later? Please send me your comments if you can. Interment, your question please. Loud and clear.
Vitamins e ESN Lisboa. First of all, ESN Lisboa was this initiative and is like a thing that ESN Lisbon in the local level would love to have, but like priorities and currently it's not. But we like I want to understand like we have some contacts or possibilities. How are you like searching for the contacts of the companies, and if we can share with your email, Sarah, for example, the contacts that we might have, or what is your strategy?
Yeah, like I said, I went to these job fairs, so the contacts that I have are mainly from the person in charge of the HR. Like I was able to get like personal contacts, like the more personal they have inside the company. So for now, I don't know if I can share it. Like in this first phase was just to gather the contacts. In the future, we will like have a meeting with them and explain them the strategy. So maybe after that we can share. But for now,
I know the idea was
You share.
sharing.
oh
yes,
yeah,
of
you can.
course.
Yes, please. Like the more companies we have, the better. So.
And I mean,
Yeah.
if you work in a company that actually can improve with this, like be smart, like reach out to your company itself and give us their company. For instance, Eller works in Fujitsu. We already had a meeting with Fujitsu because Fujitsu loves this. Like the meeting was really, really nice. So we know once we have this finalized, that strategy or whatever, I'll go there and money will appear, you know. So, but yeah, thank you. I know that for a fact that you emailed me a few weeks ago, not a few weeks, a few months ago, about McKinsey because they reached out to you. So imagine, sometimes you also have companies reaching out to you, and even in a local level, you can engage with this. So this is a national project, but imagine if we need help assisting a company specific for a region, we will contact the section, obviously. So this is not a project from us, it's a project from all of us.
Yes.
Is anybody adding themselves to the speakers list?
Yes.
Besides Pedro, I'm supposed to close the speakers list outside of Pedro. Does anybody object? Speakers list is closed. Pedro Almeida, your first question, please.
So you said that the event that you used to organize turned out to be not successful because of the students that are currently living in Portugal are not able to work in Portugal right away. So how do you plan to make this event successful? Because from what I understood, the event is to promote these traineeships in Portugal.
Yes. So what was happening was so until now, we were promoting job opportunities now for students that are here. So imagine, I have a job offer in Lisbon for a IT company, and we were like selling out to the Erasmus in Lisbon at this moment. But if I'm Erasmus now, first of all, maybe I need to finish my studies, or I don't want right away to find a job because I still need to finalize the Erasmus. and this was not working. That's why company did not like this. The plan in this event is to showcase how companies can engage with ESN through the traineeships. It might not be people that are in Portugal right away. So we can, because we have the thing, you know, like the network, so we can actually reach a lot of people. Like, if they know ESN, we can actually tell them, do you want to come to Portugal through Erasmus Plus? But even if we don't engage with this, we are doing our job as a network to showcase to companies how they can use Erasmus Plus traineeships. And if they did, imagine, if after that event, one company do one traineeship through the Erasmus Plus program, and they didn't even connect with ESN, we did our job. You know, as a network, we did our job because we are improving mobility, in this case, traineeships, okay? So this is also something that, so obviously we want to have financial return on this, but if we don't, and this is only works for us in increasing our visibility and actually promoting Erasmus program, it's fine, because that's what we do, you know?
Yeah, and that also some companies, when I was talking to them, they said, oh yes, I got an email last week from a student that wanted to come to my company, but I don't know what are the procedures and everything. Some companies are even like having meetings with the national agency, like to ask them how can we. So if we have this opportunity, why not like grab it and make it work?
So this is more of a comment. I don't know.
And if it's a comment, sorry, then Rita first.
Okay.
Sorry.
Rita Mendes, ESM Lisboa. I have here some comments for us to like the disadvantages or some concern that might occur with these. We really have to be careful, because I'm in a master's that we have a lot of international students and we have a lot of companies there, and like the question is always like, do you accept people that don't speak Portuguese? And the majority of the time it's a no. So it's like, it's a question that you have to put in the table, the first question, because if they say no.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, like the contacts that I have, they all say that they want people that don't speak Portuguese.
We are aiming for, let's say, some companies like Fujitsu, BNP, so companies that actually work in Portugal, but they hire internationals like a lot. So obviously, this would be amazing if we could actually work with companies that only speak Portuguese, because it would be a way for the companies also to develop. We know that it's hard for it, but I mean, why not? You know, why not? I mean, why not a company from Penafiel that only has Portuguese, but one person speaks English, hire one Erasmus Plus like traineeship to help them. It can be also a development for the company. I know I'm dreaming a lot, but you know, it can happen.
It's a comment.
Like I have other things.
Okay, if you have more than a comment, then let Chico.
No, just saying that. Also remember that you are talking about international students. So even if they want Portuguese, but you have the Brazilian ones that will look for jobs after their graduation. So, I mean, the linguistic is important if you are talking about the Erasmus and that specific target group, but also remember the Lusophony side.
Thank you, Chico. Second comment.
Yeah, it's regarding the timeline of the event. I know that the idea is not like to go there and find a job for that, but if like if you can have two in one, June is too late, okay? Like companies are now hiring or even closing the traineeship that they have. I know that's it's not the main idea, but if they can exit the fair with the job would be great. It's only like I know that it's the first time that we are doing, so we can like plan in a while, or maybe for the future years, like and understand if the time that happens is the best one for recruitment.
I mean, in this case, it's what fit within the SN calendar, obviously, because until May, none of us is capable of doing other things. So June, because the job fair was already done in end of May, 1st of June, so the previous job fair. So we are trying to keep this date. But what I just want to say, because I don't think that maybe it's clear, like the focus this year is the traineeships. But imagine, this is a topic that we want to bring for this event /conference/whatever. But in the next year, we can do another thing. You know, we can choose a focus. The employability strategy is the employability as a whole. This year, we want to focus on this because we think that is the best gateway to the companies so far. But maybe next year, we can do other things. Okay.
Yeah. And this would be like to inform them how are the procedures. Like they can't have an international student there like from the day to the night. Okay, like this would be to give them the base for them to work on it and to find space for the international students and everything, like to apply for things.
So I can talk about my reality, my colleagues, that more and more students are considering Erasmus traineeships. So in a way to reach out to the outgoing mobility students, we also could promote on this event international opportunities and international traineeships. I think it would be a good idea and could make our target and audience wider.
Completely. I completely agree.
Thank you. Speakers list was closed. Lucy, do you want to add something?
Sorry. Just as a heads up, if in the meanwhile while this is being implemented and one of your volunteers or something of the matter is looking for that opportunity now, we are Eurodesk multipliers, yes, in Portugal. So there's a wonderful tool called Eurodesk Opportunity Finder, where you can find volunteering opportunities, traineeship opportunities. So if you need a solution now, that is a good place to start. Also, I am with the Eurodesk stuff at the ESN Portugal, so again, drop me an email.
Thank you, Patricia. Speakers list was closed. Let's continue.
Yes, it was a reaction so for that. No, I think also what we need to reflect on this is how exactly our sections are integrating students coming from Erasmus traineeship, okay? What our data actually shows us is that these students feel less integrated than the ones that go in Erasmus Plus studies. So it's actually a reflection on how we can better integrate them, and also I'm here to help in anything you need and give you more ideas on this. But I think it's also a step for people to actually to go on traineeships because Erasmus starts by word by mouth as well. So everyone Erasmus, we are multipliers by ourselves. So if people have a good experience going Erasmus traineeship and you actually are the ones integrating them, I think it can be a success also for the future.
Exactly. So imagine, just to comment on this, for instance, if we go through the data from ESN card, I don't know for this, we see that we are not reaching a lot of sales of ESN card for traineeships. With this project, imagine we can say to the company, okay, you hire an Erasmus Plus, we give you the ESN card for that student, you know, because we are not reaching them, and now we will, and they can also be a part of your events, your community, because if they choose to go to Porto, Coimbra, Lisboa, or whatever, they also have an ESN card. We can make agreements and give them like actually benefits, and also for the students. And that's it.
Thank you very much. This topic is closed.
Thank you.
You're done.
Natural.
I will kindly ask, thank you so much, Oliver. This is necessary for the reporting. Yes, thank you.
Nada a ver. Não vai tirar foto, não é a minha opinião. Ok.
Eu mandei por e-mail.
Não, porque eu também posso meter como parte. Não como finance, mas tipo como disseminação da EGEA, porque eu falei do projeto. EGEA, desculpa. E o Sabri deve sempre chatear. Coitado.
Não, o Sabri é bastante, ele é bastante insistente em tudo o que faz.
É um exemplo.
Eu sei se não chego lá com fotos, ele vai me mandar 3 mensagens. Portanto, eu quero as fotos para não receber 3 mensagens.
Foto. Quebrou.
Vou tocar.
Deve ser como...
Quero água, só. É feio, escola.
Eu que acabei de andar 70 km. Tu és o primeiro a
Eu estou a dar a minha comprar eventual.
Eu vou precisar.
Okay, fantastic. So we were speaking about Saudi season, so you can, you can also see it. No, so we are going now to speak about a bit about the impact of international mobility, because for you probably we are very far, like in Brussels, in a very specific house living, and I think it's important that you also understand what actually we are doing as ESN as a whole, but also how you can actually interact and make a change also on your side. So I want a bit first for us to zoom out, because it's important that, it's, by the way, it's an interactive discussion, because the last point. So I want a bit to zoom out and for you to tell me what you think are the goals and the mission of ESN.
You can answer.
Help students, integration,
Advocate for
The enrichment of society through international students.
Very nice. That's the mission of ESN. And what do you do in your local sections?
The advocacy of the mobility students' rights, the integration of those students.
Yes? And more? You do a lot of events as well, so these things are important for us to understand also what we do in ESN. So I think majority of you already saw this is a mission of ESN, but I don't think we see it as often as we should, because everything that we do is connected to this. Absolutely everything. So sometimes when we are very lost in the process of understanding, should I do this event for international students or should I do this campaign? As long as it's connected to the mission of ESN, is something that you always should strive for. But what actually does the mission of ESN means? It means to improve access and it means to improve impact. So we always want for more people to have access to mobility opportunities. The majority of people here for sure went on Erasmus, they had a fantastic experience and they want more people to experience this. But also we want to increase our impact in society. So actually how can ESN leave a mark for the better future of society and also for the students that we support. But I want to ask you, what do you think are the main issues faced by international students?
Housing,
One, fantastic. There is more too.
money, grants,
Money, fantastic. Third one.
Languages.
No.
credit recognition.
Fantastic, thank you so much. So this is the data from the ESN survey, and you can see here that these are the three main problems that students face at the moment. One of them is financial sustainability, another is housing. Of course, the two main ones are connected to each other, because if students don't have ways to afford accommodation is normal. And the third one is about course recognition, so learning agreements and all the things connected to teaching and learning that I was presenting you yesterday. But what do we think we do after all? So we already saw the mission of ESN and we already saw the problems of the students. How do you think we work this out in order to support the students?
Like with the ESN survey, we can understand what are their problems, then we can do the report and present to the stakeholders and the entities responsible for making policies that can help them.
Very good answer. I like this answer a lot. We're going to see this in a bit. More things.
I think that as locals we can also help, as in, for example, in our section we have an accommodation group, so we offer help with our knowledge of the community that they're getting into.
It's very important. I do advise that all of you like practices for accommodation, or that ESN Lisboa also has a very good practice on accommodation. Like these things are actually important for you to also do it in the local level. But so this is basically what ESN does, like specifically my portfolio. This is what I do every day. I work with policy, research and advocacy, okay? So mainly trying to write policy to change the program, so to try to change it for better days for international students. And like it was said here before, we also use a lot of our research to do this. So basically, how exactly we know international students are feeling is through research and mainly through the ESN survey, but we have many other research initiatives, but that one is the biggest one. And then with all of this, you also try to advocate, to understand and to change the life of international students. And we do this mainly to go to external events that we connect everything. So normally the first step, we conduct like needs assessment and research, then we write our policy, and then we go to disseminate our goals through events. So basically that's more or less the scale. But I want to speak about also who are the person behind the international board, because I think you know me, but I think it's important that we go also to the rest of the team. So many of you already probably saw these faces in PowerPoint. You are going to see them in EGM. If you are going, please approach them. They are all very nice people. So the board of ESN International is very diverse. We are all composed by people that want to apply from different countries. So at the moment we have Adele, the main face of AGM, as Vice President for Development, Yanis from Greece as Vice President for Governance, the Treasurer Ayberk from Turkey, Lina from Croatia as a Communication Manager, and Darwin is from Belgium as WPA. But the board doesn't do everything alone, okay? Just for you to know, like also what I presented you yesterday in my candidacy, I could take all the merit for that, but it's not, okay? I have many people supporting me through my work, and this is the Secretariat of SN International. So, and I will show you a bit who are these people. So we are divided more or less like this. Just to let you know, Wim is not really office court, like he's in that department, but he works with all the board members, okay? So he's not specifically working with Yanis, but he works with all the board members. But this is a bit how many resources we have at the moment in the HQ. So all the people that send you emails, please go to this event, please do this local face. These are the people behind that are working daily to support you. I can present you a bit my department. The department works with policy and projects. So Paola, for example, runs the biggest project of ESN, Erasmus Careers. Is going now to enter in DIM, the new project for social inclusion. So she's absolute angel for ESN. And then I have two other interns, probably one of them you know. She started from ESN Italy, so she's our policy intern at the moment. And then you have Laura from Croatia, that is our ESC. My department is going to be all in AGM, so you also can meet some of the people that are in this presentation there, not only from my department, but from many others, and they will be in the HQ stand, let's say like this, and you can approach them to speak what they do daily. But also, now that you understood a bit the team, also how do I divide my work in ESN regarding the areas that I work specifically, let's take a look a bit on the policy that ESN is publishing recently. So this has been two policy outcomes that we have produced. For example, we are trying now to support more for the case of Hungary. I don't know if you know what's happening in Hungary, but basically they froze the funds for the EU funds because they are doing not very good things, a bit of shady things there in Hungary. And what's happening is that international students are being jeopardized with this. So every time that we see that international students are being jeopardized, we try to make a position about this. We also made with UK, we also made with Switzerland, so we are all very involved in trying to promote mobility on the countries that actually moment they don't have access to Erasmus+. But we also comment in many other things. For example, I was telling you about yesterday about the midterm evaluation, so we published 2 position papers on this. We also published our reaction for the grant increase, the one down, and then the one top was our paper regarding European universities. So we try to cover a bit what actually the students that ESN covers think about the most important topics in higher education. But also, we do work a lot with projects. What I'm going to show you here more specifically is the project ESN International works, okay? Patricia show you the project of ESN Portugal. I'm going to show you the ones of International. I'm not going to be able to show you all of them because if not, this is going to be a full day just for this. But I can give you a bit of a glimpse of what we are working now. And how exactly ESN International does projects. We have saw that we have a mission, students have problems, and how we do the project. So first we do an assessment. So let's take, for example, the problem of housing that we have been all discussing here. There is clearly a problem of housing for international students, and we need to create an action. Events are one of them, the groups that you do with your sections are one of them. What we do also is to try to find funding through projects to solve these problems. So we do an action, that is to do a project. And then we disseminate the actions of these projects through events, policy articles, etc. And these tools and all of these things that we produce for the projects, they're available for you. So you can actually take also take action on your daily basis. And most importantly, like I was saying you before, you receive many emails from International, probably don't read. I know, like sections don't read the emails, they probably just sweep and then just fill the emails. But it's very important that if you see any of these local phases multiplier events to drop on your mailbox to look. Because it's actually EU funding that is International is providing to you to apply for your activities, okay? So you're already writing the project, you're already doing all the dirty work, let's say like this. You only have to actually apply if you want to do an event according to that rules. For example, we had now the local phase for Erasmus Careers that matches perfectly what Vinha present to you in the employability strategy. And down you can see how much money we actually were able to raise for internationals, for the sections throughout 2022 to 2024. So you can see that there was a big increase. And we are also trying with the project we applied to give you money to do things. So please have a look at the emails because you are probably going to save some money in the future. Like I told you, we have a lot of projects. I'm not going to be able to show you everything, but these are all the projects International runs at the moment. Okay, so this is why we have a big office as well, because we have a lot of projects, we have a lot of funding running. Vin already introduced yesterday that ESN International runs monthly with public funding, and this is the public funding. So we also try to connect the causes and our goals with the projects we apply, and this is the best way that I can show you at the moment. But what I want to present to you today, because I'm going to give you an example, specific one, is EGIA. I think many of you have heard about EGIA, correct? Yes? Who wants to tell me what is EGIA?
I don't count, I think.
Fundamentally, it's a project that was promoted by ESN International, that was divided by ESN perspectives, and now I can't actually pinpoint it to 3 or 4. And probably maybe it's not even 3 or 4, but I know that there was a set of phases. And basically, the biggest aim is to promote, to basically make the youth engage in European elections and have a more active citizenship, be more participative in this type of democratic processes, but especially for the EU election.
Very nice. Any of you also heard about this project or not? No?
Yes.
Okay, yes, very good, because this project is actually known, I call this project now Voldemort, because all the countries of ESN are actually so sick about this project that it's like the name that cannot be pronounced, so I'm making now this connection now, but apart from the jokes, this is one of the most important projects, and in terms of policy for the next months, is the most important project ESN has done at the moment, and also the one that we have more funding. And we have 20 countries that are directly involved in the projects. And basically the goal was not only to promote European elections, was to promote active citizenship in the whole. Of course, that this last phase that we are now entering is more to do things related to the European elections. But first, for example, we have assessed the barriers of EU opportunities. I don't know if people here were in Upgrade when Chico last year did these focus groups. Yeah, exactly. So this was the first phase of the project, doing focus groups to assess. Because focus groups are a way to collect data. Like, you don't need only to do surveys. You can actually talk with people and you can report what people are saying. It was the first phase. And now you are entering in the mobility and civic engagement phase, and especially to the one that is more related to the support to the European elections. Why do you think this project is important?
One of the pillars from the Erasmus program is civic engagement, and we have seen from this year that the abstention has been increasing. So we need to promote the youth engagement in elections.
Okay, very nice. More.
Pips, a Patrícia apresentou isto ontem. Briefly.
If people don't actually participate in the processes, they're more vulnerable to messages that are anti-European Union or anti-Erasmus. But if they're actually participating, they can actually see what it actually is, if it's good for them or not.
Okay, very important. But most importantly, it's because of this. Okay? This is the sitting of the European Parliament. And in 2019, this was the results. Of course, Ursula von der Leyen was elected because EPP had the most votes. And exactly, just for you to know, in 2019, there was a record turnout driven by young people. I don't know, I think most of you were not in ENM in 2019, but there was this, I actually have the video.
Now I vote.
Yes, I have, if you put this video. So, yes, and actually engaged a lot in the campaign, okay? We were active, people were shouting in EGM at the time, this campaign, and I'm going to show you what in 2019 ESN did with European elections, if we have sound. Não, isto é incrível.
Isto aqui é muito...
Mais
Tech.
digital.
Yes, Cartagena.
doesn't work, I also can send. Ok. Sabem o que é melhor? Não, se não falam assim.
Creio que é
Guys?
Is working now. Yes.
Claro, joder. Además con la Sinecar te un 15% de descuento en Ryanair y la maleta gratis hasta los 20 kilos. ¿Te la quitas? ¡Hostia!
Quando vi isto pela primeira vez,
Pues mira, quería saber, justo lo que es que estaba mirando esta página maravillosa Tristaman Voting. Para crear estrategias para luchar contra el cambio climático que nos afecta a todas. También para seguir aumentando la contribución al programa Erasmus, ese maravilloso programa que ha hecho que nos conozcamos nosotras. Tantas cosas. Europa es la solución, Europa es el futuro y en Europa podemos confiar. ¿Y qué harás el 26 de mayo? El día 26 de mayo, esta vez, voto.
ai, pois é. Imagina, isto foi em 2004, isto foi em 2019, em 2004 eu dava. Ai, meu
Okay. But this okay, this is a bit strange, I say like this, but actually what we notice is that ESN Spain put all the AGM singing this song. And actually this was the motto and this was the video that led ESN 2019 to have such a high like impact in actually the elections. And it was not only ESN Spain. For example, ESN Italy actually went to the Italian parliament to vote, to actually ask the members of their parliament for the internationals to vote in the European elections because it was not possible, and actually for them to vote from abroad. And so you can see that the ESN has been highly involved in these initiatives. Why is not passing? Okay. Okay. And this is why this part is important. So basically, because people were so interested, and I think it's also a very important topic to vote on the next elections, we actually applied for funding. Okay, so before 2019, people were doing very ad hoc things, this video, this campaign in the parliament. So this is why we applied for the project, in order for all the ESN to be united in a goal to promote the European elections. And with this, what do you think will happen in June? So you see 2019, now 2024 is a completely different perspective. What do you think will happen in 2024 in the elections now? What do you think will be the outcome?
an increase in the far right.
Yes? More?
Especially here, there's a voting burnout due to the national landscape, so we might have even a harder time mobilizing to vote.
Very important. So this is a seat projection of the European Parliament. I took this like some weeks ago, so this is probably very accurate. And you can see that the increase of the far right and the increase of the conservatives. So
in the European Parliament, they are divided by groups where all the parties, the national parties, are inserted. And you can see here that compared to 2019, there is a very big increase of the conservatives and the far right. How do you think this is going to impact international students?
Less funding.
You have people that are represented in the European Parliament that are not necessarily pro-Europe, fully or pro-certain European ideas. So if they have more usability, then things, priorities will have to be reset and reshaped. And it will mean that a lot of the things that we're working towards probably will be stopped, and that will have a direct impact on all of us.
Thank you so much, Anna. The shorter answer is yes. Anna gave the full scope answer, so I'm very happy. But this is also the Erasmus Plus timeline, okay? I will show yesterday in my presentation of the candidacy that is something that I'm working on, because at the moment we are in the midterm evaluation of the Erasmus Plus, but we are going to propose a new program next year, which means that we are going to have who votes on the Erasmus program is the member states. If the member states are more right than they were before, and if you want to ask for a triple of the budget, what do you think is going to be the answer? The answer is going to be no, because it's not their priority, it's not a vision of their goals. So this is why it's super, super important that you actually use this project to make change. I know that Patricia mentioned something very important, that is the burnout with the national elections, and probably is going to be very low voting. But it's important that you, as local sections, go out and actually promote people to vote on the elections. The European Parliament is doing this user vote campaign. Promote this, go to universities and promote the European elections, go to the schools and promote for the next people. Because also, being honest with you, I think this kind of initiatives from the Parliament came a bit too late. It's not 1 year before the elections that you promote active citizenship, is throughout a whole period and throughout the journey. So even that if we don't have the best results in the next elections, also our role for the next one in 4 years to be better than this one. So you have to continuously promoting active citizenship in our society. And for this, you also have all the resources from EGIA. So we have produced many documents and many manuals. For example, we have here a mobility manual that has how you can do activities in the local level regarding the elections and this. So if you have space in your calendar, you can have a look and see how you can implement these activities on the ground. You have also the local dialogues results, the results of one of the activities, and you can see also you can do a local dialogue with your municipality, with your students to promote the European elections. But most importantly, you have to promote the voting from abroad too. Okay, so ESN actually collected in one place all the information how you can vote from abroad, from different countries, and the goal here is actually to support international students that. I know it's sometimes very difficult, there is a lot of bureaucracy, you have to go to the embassy, you have to take the ID card, you have to take papers. So this is a way that we found to actually support students with the information all in one place. So even though we are expecting better results, doesn't mean that we don't need to fight for something better in the future. And most importantly, this is my last slide, apart from EGIA project and because I show you also what is going to happen with the European elections and also with the Erasmus Plus budget, we are now starting our campaign for the future of the program, okay? So I opened this call for the future of Erasmus team in AGM, but we are actually going to have a full initiative for the next months that is going to promote the triple of the budget and also initiatives to promote quality of mobility. So in this campaign, it's called The Future is Erasmus. If you have been in Brussels, you know this is one of the murals that is in Schumann, close to the Parliament. And we actually have adapted this to our efforts throughout the program. But that's it on my side, and now I think I have some minutes for questions, not just for sure 15, but I'm happy to answer all of them.
The speakers list is open. Please add yourself to the Slido. Is anybody adding
Yes, thank you for your question. You need to apply to anything because yes, and Portugal is part of the project. So you can do, I don't know if you already implement the local dialogues or the local activities, but you can still do it. So we have all the manuals done. You just need to talk with probably Patricia. She's the one responsible for this and understanding how you can implement this in your local level. And for sure that in Coimbra we have an amazing support from the university. It's going to be for sure very easy for you to do something. But also you can speak with Chico and probably invite an MEP. MEPs are the members of the European Parliament, and they are now very involved in going to the countries and actually doing dialogues with students because it's there where the votes are. For example, João Albuquerque from the Social Democrats is very open to speak with young people. So if you want to do something in Portugal with him, I do highly advise. He's super pro organizations and he's been cooperating with ESN for since I entered. So Patricia is your key for this, and you for sure have some money and some guidelines to implement them.
Right now, just as the more logistics bit of the project, we are in 2 overlapping phases, which is the dialogues and also for volunteering promotion activities. So if you have a local activity that promotes voluntary work that can be related to the European elections, you can submit activities. The budget is somewhat low. I think it's around 50 euros. But talk to me, there's no limit to the activities we can submit to the project. And even if there is no money allocation, we always look good reporting it and makes it more of an effort. And please don't forget to sign up to that link that I shared. It's a horizontal objective of the program. Thank you.
Yes, and please don't, you can dream high on this, okay? Like don't think that MEPs, members of the European Parliament are going to be untouchable and not going to reach out because at the moment they're fully focused on going to their countries and actually promoting this. So if it's your goal to do a dialogue with this, you can also speak with Chico and if he sees in his space in his agenda, we can make something happen.
Actually, in Level Up, we are already planning to do a debate because it's like the week before.
And it's the one that we are planning to be as the big one for that phase for Egia.
Yes.
Is anybody adding themselves still? Please.
I was almost done with the question.
Do you have a question? Do you have a question? Then you can ask.
Can I ask it now?
You can write it later.
You were saying that we are now in the
Loudly, please.
Sorry. You were stating that we are now in the communication phase of the project, like disseminating the project, not the project, but the mobilizing volunteers fundamentally. I have to be honest, at the moment I'm not sure if I don't remember if we have an email on a communication package, some type of strategy on this, and if we do, could you speak a bit more about that so that I can pick that up and like put my communication department to be?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, there is 2 communication campaigns planned and we actually release the visuals. And I think I don't know if Patricia has access or not, but I can check. But there is a folder with the communication visuals of all the campaigns relating the elections. And if you want to share it, please, like this is the goal. Like we are just doing the work for you to implement it easily. You don't have to do any communication, any granting, because we are just giving you the materials for you to use it.
At the moment, we're actually
Loudly, Anna.
sorry, we're restructuring our LinkedIn and we're making it work again, and I think this is a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I can check also with Patricia if you receive it. If not, I will just send her the link, and she can share with all of you.
Luís Camacho.
Yes, Luís Camacho. My question was, obviously you talked about the post that you made.
Porto, please.
Where ESN International showed support against sanctions to the Hungarian Erasmus program. And although I agree, I remember at the time, and even our section, there was a lot of people who disagreed with it, that they believed that there should be sanctions and things like that. So I was just wondering, like, even inside ESN International, and after you posted it, how was the reaction of the sections? Like, did they agree with your stance, or did they disagree?
Yeah, they agree, but if you read the stance, you are going to see that we don't ask them to unfreeze the funds. We ask them to find a way to actually give money to international students directly. Of course, it's a very idealistic way, but this is our job. We have to dream in order to people actually adapt our ideas to make it possible. But of course, the European Union is doing a rule of law assessment, so they are assessing democracy in all the countries, and they found this on Hungary, and they are completely right. So, like the way that Hungary is managing Erasmus funds is not correct. The only way that we want is that the students don't to be jeopardized on this process. So this is actually what the paper proposes, is for the students not to be jeopardized, not for the Hungarian government to have funds just because, yes.
I propose to close the speakers list. Does anybody oppose? Speakers list is closed. Fit on.
So I feel like we are still on an early
Yes, but I'm going to start by the last question. Yes, because for example, I'm being invited to a lot of panels in Brussels regarding this. The problem is in Brussels. Brussels is, we call this the EU bubble. Like the people that are there are going to vote in the elections, so it's not a problem. So it's a bit why I'm going. So I went, for example, to the German NP, I went to the Belgian NP, I went to the Latvian NA as well, to present them how they can promote the project by myself, because I think the key here is actually the local sections in the national level to promote this, because I can come here, but I cannot come to all the countries of ESN. It's not possible. But I think here is for you to actually assess how you can promote this. I know that some, for example, Jeff Europe is going door to door to promote the elections, like actually knocking on the door of people. I'm not saying that you should do this, but actually the goal here is we set the vision and you have a bit to implement the scope of it. If I see that it's happening or not, I hope so, but at the moment I still feel that people are connecting too much EGIA with the project itself and not with the goals. So I think we need to overstep the boring project part to actually understanding, okay, this is important because this is actually going to help us in the future.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I would just like to always remember, as a general rule, we try to always put our efforts, but there's no need to reinvent the wheel, and there's a lot of resources out there. And I would encourage, in continuation to this project, not only to come to me to the resources. I checked it. I do have access to the communication folder, unless there's another one I don't know of. But I would also like to point out that, for instance, there is a roadshow by the national agency going on right now, the one based in Braga for youth, that is all about the European election. How is the European election structured? They are the whole month throughout, the next month all throughout the country, and you can just visit, don't need to schedule it, and it's a great resource for your ESNers to know. They also have these booklets that I can share with you. I only have these two. This is Euro Participation, Euro Activism, and Volunteering in Europe. As local boards, I highly recommend you pick one, just to give it a read. And every time you see a long email about this project, I do urge you not to skip it. I have the urge as well, and I fight it every time.
Me too, huh?
I fight it every time when I read this, and I just want you to know that as I stated in my presentation, this is a flagship project. Flagship means it has to be our biggest foot forward, and we cannot say that we want to promote international students, promote opportunities and resources, and not realize that policy-wise and funding-wise, we have to be at the forefront of that discussion. So, so don't ignore all the resources that are out there, and do drop me an email if you have any questions.
And this is very important because some people ask me why we are going to fight for this if the battle is lost. If we are not the ones dreaming, nobody is going to do for us. And this is our job to set the dream and the vision for ESN, and actually how we actually want Erasmus students to vote. We still have time to do it, not as much as I wanted, but it's also in your hands to promote this and to do your activities, your municipality, to promote Aerodesk activities, but also the project goals. So I do urge you to do that.
Thank you very much. My dears, final part of this MP before feedback and stuff.
Bro, eu queria fazer uma proposta.
May the minutes reflect that the treasurer said dun dun dun. In G minor. No. These are the rest? Flat. Flat? Abaixo
Olha,
é o
ajuda-me
sim,
aqui.
abaixo da
Ajuda-me
zona
com a
franca.
questão dos positions da Não, não, não estou a ver a internet essa.
É isso.
Já.
Era o desse tem os veículos. Oh, era o desse tem orçamento. Isto está no.
Espera, mas ó, Inês,
no roadshow.
a apresentação é nós vamos implementar.
Sim, vamos ter.
Vamos.
Tipo, trabalhos de impactar, trabalhos muito. Mas depois, quando há de ser agora que o pessoal faça bem, nós encontramos só um e esse passa. Está no programa de
Ah, eu trouxe. Porque eu não me convidava mais com o outfit hoje para ver. Não, já, não, tipo, eu vi isto com as das meias que quero usar, não ao contrário. Ou seja, eu escolho as meias e depois escolho o outfit.
eu posso claramente dizer que o meu sentido de moda é terrível. No meu trabalho chamava.
Ah, eu não trouxe. Olha, eu ia trazer, mas trouxe. Eu disse ontem, só depois eu não trouxe. Depois não, sabe porquê? Não me lembro que eu ter uma tarde inteira para beber. Eu vou embora.
Sim.
Mas não poncha.
A parte boa é que a determinada vez eu considero que os valores. Até agora estou a trabalhar.
Pode ir feito.
Está claro.
Aí a cena é tipo, tu fazes assim, para o lado, e depois tens que tipo encaixar, e depois tens que desencaixar, vai para o lado e encaixa outra vez. Não, tens que puxar, encaixar, desencaixar, trocar.
Amigos, foco, bora! Maldinha, por favor, Chico. Pronto, à partida já está tudo ok. Chico, can we? Thank you. All of the sections have the right to vote because all of the sections were present at the last quorum check, so thank you for that. The audit team will be here just to double check that we're putting in the votes right. Only the person that has the vote to the section I'm calling speaks. Nobody else. Don't care if the person that has the vote is silent. You can hit them, you can do whatever you want, you cannot speak for them. Okay? So thank you very much. Ok. Aprovam a emenda ao Orçamento de 2024 proposta pela Direção Nacional da ESN Portugal. Sim? Não? Abstenção. That's simple. I only need one word from you. ESN Algarve.
Sim.
Laudo. ESN Almada.
Abstenção.
ESN Aveiro.
Sim.
ESN Castelo Branco.
Sim.
ESN Coimbra.
Sim.
ESN Covilhã.
Sim.
ESN Évora.
Sim.
ESN Lisboa.
Abstenção.
Madeira.
Sim.
ESN Minho.
Sim.
Porto.
Abstenção.
Tomar.
Abstenção.
Utah.
Sim.
We have 9 votes yes, 4 abstentions, etc. Next. I'm sorry. Aprovam as mudanças aos estatutos propostas pela Direção Nacional da ESN Portugal. One second, sorry. ESN Algarve.
Abstenção.
ESN Almada.
Sim.
ESN Aveiro.
Sim.
ISN Castelo Branco.
Sim.
ISN Coimbra.
Sim.
ISN Covilhã.
Sim.
ISN Évora.
Sim.
ISN Lisboa.
Sim.
ISN Madeira.
Sim.
ISN Minho. ISN Porto.
Sim.
ISN Tomar.
Sim.
ISN Otado. ISN Otado.
Sim.
It is approved. Aprovam a estratégia de expansão proposta pela Direção Nacional de ISN Portugal. Sim, não, abstenção. ISN Algarve.
Abstenção.
ISN Almada.
Sim.
ISN Aveiro.
Sim.
ISN Castelo Branco.
Sim.
ISN Coimbra.
Sim.
ISN Covilhã.
Sim.
ISN Évora.
Sim.
ISN Lisboa.
Sim.
ISN Madeira.
Abstenção.
ISN Minho.
Sim.
ISN Porto.
Sim.
ISN Tomar.
Sim.
ISN Otado.
Sim.
It is approved. Por que não ver
Ai, não alterou. Diz que saiu, voltar a entrar.
Aprova a implementação das diretrizes para a tomada de posição sobre o voluntariado proposta pela Direção Nacional da ISN Portugal. Sim, não, abstenção. ISN Algarve.
Abstenção.
ISN Almada.
Sim.
ISN Aveiro.
Sim.
ISN Castelo Branco.
Sim.
ISN Coimbra.
Sim.
ISN Covilhã.
Sim.
ISN Évora.
Sim.
ISN Lisboa.
Sim.
ISN Madeira.
Sim.
ISN Minho.
Sim.
ISN Porto.
Não.
ISN Tomar.
Sim.
ISN Otado.
Sim.
It is approved.
Tendo em conta que tivemos um conjunto de sugestões de melhoria, estamos a votar já com as sugestões de melhoria ou estamos a votar pelo documento original?
Não, é a implementação de um documento.
Implementação, ok.
De um documento. Ou seja, neste caso de um caderno indicativo.
Ok.
Vai ser fechado depois.
Falem-me na finalidade.
Ou seja, não é final a versão como está, é só a criação de implementação de.
Faz uma reposição sobre o voluntariado, basicamente.
Exato. Portanto, sim, não, abstenção. ISN Algarve.
Abstenção.
ISN Almada.
Sim.
ISN Aveiro.
Sim.
ISN Castelo Branco.
Sim.
ISN Coimbra.
Sim.
ISN Covilhã.
Abstenção.
ISN Évora. ISN Évora.
Sim.
ISN Lisboa.
Sim.
ISN Madeira.
Sim.
ISN Minho.
Sim.
ISN Porto.
Sim.
ISN Tomar.
Sim.
ISN Otado.
Abstenção.
It's been approved. Aprova um plano de atividades e orçamento de 2023 proposto pela.
Não.
É o relatório de atividades. Relatório de atividades. E orçamento?
Sim.
Mas pensei. Fizeram de pau.
Quer dar um pau nas costas.
É nessa zona.
Isso é plano de atividades e orçamento.
Não,
Não, mas sim, a votação do Paulo 2020.
Mas ignorem essa parte que está atualizada.
Eu posso atualizar. Podes escrever no brief.
Mas, Charlie, sabes? Eu sou contra que tu jogas. Não é isso? Aprova um relatório final de atividades e contas de 2023 exposto pela Direção Nacional da ISN Portugal. Sim, não, abstenção. ISN Algarve.
Abstenção.
ESN Almada,
Sim.
ESN Aveiro,
Sim.
ESN Castelo Branco,
Sim.
ESN Coimbra,
Sim.
Covilhã,
Sim.
Évora,
Sim.
Lisboa,
Sim.
Madeira,
Abstenção.
Minho,
Sim.
Porto,
Sim.
Tomar,
Sim.
Hurtado.
Sim.
It's been approved.
€30.000 de lucro. Bate palma.
Não é lucro, superávit. Tu não
Ok.
podes ganhar lado nenhum, tens
Pois não,
lucro.
pois não.
Tens superávit.
Malta, aprovam o calendário de atividades de 2025 proposto pela Direção Nacional da ESN de Portugal. Sim, não, abstenção. ESN Algarve.
Sim.
ESN Almada.
Sim.
ESN Aveiro.
Sim.
ESN Castelo Branco.
Sim.
ESN Coimbra.
Sim.
ESN Covilhã.
Sim.
ESN Évora.
Sim.
ESN Lisboa.
Abstenção.
ESN Madeira.
Abstenção.
ESN Minho.
Abstenção.
ESN Porto.
Sim.
ESN Tomar.
Não.
ESN Hurtado.
Sim.
Temos 9 votos sim, está aprovado. E com isto, all the votings are done. Madeira, where's the OC? É só você. Eu sei, I know you have the thing. Mas, querido, we want to still appreciate Madeira for hosting us regardless of how the structure of this event was and if there is or isn't a formal OC. So, Madeira, can you come in? Please and thank you. All of you,
Ai, não quero que eu fiz isto, só. Desculpa. Também estava a ver que se fiquei com a dela.
E vocês partilham com vocês.
Eu nunca na vida fumei, obrigada. Eu nunca na vida fumei um cacete.
Não.
Sem drogas.
Ser suficiente, pessoal, para a próxima
Guys! Okay. Long story short, this is an appreciation round. This is not a feedback round. So say nice things, mean them, and otherwise don't say anything. You can add yourself to the
Fizemos ao
slide as
contrário,
always.
temos a
You
bandeira
just
na
write
Madeira e
your
todos
name,
atrás.
basically.
Bandeira no meio, estamos no meio. Não é?
Olha, posso falar?
Madeira.
Tá bom. Essa nem.
Há foto, mas vai ser
Alto rabinho, bro.
Would anyone like to speak?
People are
People are Pedro Almeida.
So, I want to thank you like all, because since we set a foot on this island, you were amazing receiving us. You didn't know us from anywhere, and you felt us feel like home. You helped a lot with all the transportation things and everything. You showed us the island, what you have the best to offer, and if you do that with the international students, this is amazing. This is really a good thing, and I think Madeira has the potential to turn like a good destination for Erasmus and for international students. And if you help them like you helped us, it is really, really amazing. I have no words. It is amazing what you are doing to this section, and I want to also offer my help if you need anything from ESN Coimbra. We'll always be ready
Lisboa and Açores.
I want to
Loudly.
Sorry, you know. Anyway, okay. I want to thank you on behalf of the SN Lisboa for the work that you have done throughout the event in supporting the event. Like you, for instance, went to pick us up at the airport at like midnight with Igor. Like I got out on Friday and on Thursday. They went out of their way to go and pick us up and host us. You also showed me your events calendar, and honestly, given that you've mentioned that you've been in the working, like functioning again in the past 2 weeks, in the past 2 months, I'm actually amazed with the stuff and the structure that you've managed to put. It's really impressive, truly. I think you have great. Also, I managed to meet some of your volunteers, and I also felt that you have really, really good volunteers, people that are really dedicated and aligned with the SN values and the SN's values, and that's really beautiful to see. And similarly to what Pedro said, if you ever need anything, we're more than happy to help you in anything that we can support you with. Just drop me a message, an email to me or to anybody in my work. We'll happily help you with anything that we can. And yeah, thank you so much for showing us everything. And watching.
Thank you. And Enrico?
I think I'm going to the things that have already been said. Like since we said food on this island, you've been very welcoming. If we ever needed anything, you were always available, even to pick us up from the airport. Like we didn't have to say anything, and that was really cool to know that there's that availability. And you've been overall really nice, and I think that your spirit and your joy to meet us and get to know us, like you didn't know us from anywhere, that really came through to us. Like Pedro and Anna said, if you ever need anything from Covilhã, even if it's just bagasse like you introduced us to Porsche, just let us know. And you know you always have a shoulder in Covilhã.
Thank you, Sara. Sara Seninho. So thank you for everything. Thank you for always solving our problems. Since we started food in this island, thank you for all your kindness, for always having a smile, for making us laugh, for finding a guided tour in this island. And thank you. Come to the continent, come to our parties, come to our events, come to ENM and be part of this network because it's beautiful. And welcome. Mike.
Hi everyone, Miguel, yes, I'm Castelran. Guys, thank you so much for your hospitality. From the get-go, you guys were extremely nice with all of us. I don't think anyone has any complaints. And I think we all saw how much you guys stretched thin to actually just accommodate us, just giving us rides, just making sure we were okay, checking on us. So thank you so much for that. I hope you guys have a great re-entrance into the Federation, and I hope to see you next events, primarily in NP Coimbra. Thank you.
Okay, so on behalf of SN Aveiro, we want to thank you guys for everything that you did. It's really nice to see you grow, and with the will to grow inside the network. Like you talked to us, Berto, about having a meeting with the communication team. So if you want, we're here for you. You can send me a message. We also want to give you a shout out. Matilda wants to, because he went with her to the vegetarian restaurant, so that was really, really nice. You were always attentive with everything. You were always smiling and helping, so thank you for everything, and I hope to see you in PN Coimbra, and everything that you need from Aveiro, we're here for you.
Luis.
I didn't know that it was only the president. I was sure if I can.
You can go.
Okay, my apologies. So I just wanted to not repeat what everything else already said. You did an amazing job, but I also wanted to show how important it is that we have a section in Madeira, because I did my Erasmus from the University of Madeira, the other people from Madeira. And when I was talking to my other colleagues, they were who didn't go on Erasmus, they were very unsure about going. That here in the island, people can get very isolated sometimes, and it's tough to break out of that, even with continental Portugal, let alone another European country. So I think it will be really environment, and I think that's really cool.
Yes,
Rita.
Vita, I just said Vita.
It's okay.
I love this time with you guys here. It's such a shame that I didn't get to meet you before. Yes, thank you, Ben, for your amazing t-shirts. I'll make sure I get a new one soon, because this one is quite faded, but yeah. It's quite a shame that I didn't get to meet anyone from ESN Madeira before. Of course, it's so hard to always be traveling to the continent for ESN events. But I'm so glad you were here for this event and to see how you guys are super open and welcoming and driving us around everywhere, teaching us things about Madeira. It's my first time here, and I love the island, I love the vibe, and it's an incredible Erasmus destination, and it can be even better because it's in your guys' hands, so keep going.
Do you want to go or can I go first?
You can go first.
Thank you for coming to the rescue, for Carlos and I specifically. I honestly did not know what to expect of coming here in general, either as an event, as destination, whatever it was. And from the second we walked out of the airport, like we were non-stop laughing at everything, and everyone was super welcoming, everyone was super happy to see us. And I'm very happy that this managed to live on besides us, but you guys took it like to another level in the sense of for you guys it wasn't just hosting people from the network. For you guys we were family before you even stepped foot in the door. It was absolutely like the most loving treatment we've ever had, so thank you for that. Again, whenever you're on our side, why not come and stop by, say something for us. We can help you with anything that you ask us, if we can. So go for it. And thank you for actually coming back to life. And please, like, don't lose the motivation, the fire that you have right now.
Yes, mine is going to be a continuation of Marta, because when I left the national boards, I saw Madeira in a very dark situation, and I think this national board did a very good job, because they actually recruit very amazing people that are in this stage and actually support us throughout all the weekend. I must say that I had one of my favorite moments in ESN in Madeira 2 years ago, and I was national board and the last MP that we organized it. And I was always very excited to see that we are going to come back here, and all of them will have the same experience that we had 2 years ago here. So that's it. I think this is what I said yesterday, when I was thinking if I would come to the NP to present my candidacy, because many people don't do it. They don't come back to their countries again and just don't present. I think in Portugal we are different. We actually have ties with each other and we actually support each other. So this is why I wanted to come back and to come not only to present my candidacy, but to be with all of you and to get to know also you and also what you are doing amazingly in Madeira. So please continue. Sometimes we have to start with the lower goals to achieve the big goals. And I hope in 2 years I'm going to see ESN Madeira doing amazing things in the network again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rita. Question, just before the national board list.
No, everything has been said. Thank you for everything.
So national board.
Hi guys. So on behalf of the National Board, I really want to thank you because you really made our lives easier. You did an amazing job, and I want to highlight this. They sent literally 120 emails for accommodation. Okay, this is not a joke. Like, you did everything you could, and we came here, and you did even more. Okay, and you should really be proud of it. So I really want to ask you, please don't stop being the section you are, don't stop being the people you are, the volunteers you are, and come to our events, join us, engage with us, and I think you can do a very beautiful thing here. And I'm really proud to work with you, and that's it.
Pessoal, só queria dizer muito obrigado. Só queria dizer mesmo muito obrigado. Ok, estou nervoso. O evento não acabou, a partir de agora vem a parte bonita, para os que ainda podem ficar, para aproveitarmos pela ilha. Vamos organizar os carros e vamos aproveitar todo o lado oeste, está bem? Estão todos convidados.
Só vais pausa.
E sim, podemos ajudar-nos a partir de agora, podemos pensar em atividades de continente, tipo a Madeira, Madeira continente, eventualmente acontecerá com a Ver também, estamos aqui todos juntos. Nós temos esse ano espalhados por toda Portugal. Temos pessoal a trabalhar online no Minho, em Covilhã, que é a nossa bilhosa. Temos em Lisboa, temos em Aveiro, temos os nossos recursos humanos são tipo assim, porque nós caímos todos de paraquedas. Tanto que nós estamos a imitar o Porto, nós éramos neobinal, agora somos paraquedistas todos. E a verdade é que, pronto, nós queremos mesmo que mais secções possam retomar e vamos divertir-nos. Obrigado, pessoal.
Quero agradecer a presença de todos aqui, porque eu estou aqui, já estava na última PN com a Carreta, quando ela representa, e eu lembro da situação já na altura. Nestes 4 anos eu fiquei 2 anos sozinho, basicamente, na ISN, que não havia ISN, e finalmente vejo que tenho uma equipa que pode retomar a ISN como quando eu entrei na ISN, e voltar a fazer as coisas como a gente sempre fez, trazer os estudantes internacionais, levar eles a eventos nacionais se possível, e basicamente ser a ISN.
Lindo.
National Board, please.
Ingoing. Olha, com este copo de café, gente, é meu.
Adoro isto.
Olha, nós fazemos comentário para
Guys, do you want to stay in this screen?
Vou ficar.
Not for the camera.
Olha, isto era um bom
Pera,
sítio para
ponha um
fazer
peito de galo,
fotos
segundo ela.
diárias.
Peito de galo, peito de galo.
Guys, everyone, this is the feedback round for the board. You can say the good, the bad, the neutral, whichever you want that you feel is pertinent. Please do not repeat too much what's already been said, otherwise the Slido is open. When we have these rounds, if you log into Slido, you can literally just send a dot so we know who you are and you can speak instead of having like this pregnant pause. Does anybody who's not a statutory member want to speak?
Morre que passa.
Ele ainda tem boa para apanhar, vai que vais no mesmo.
Intervenção.
Como?
Diogo ia ser Madeira. What?
Surpresa!
So I want to thank the National Board for wanting to come back to Madeira after 2 years. I've been in contact with them before they came here with Francisco and Alder, and also with Igor, the former president, since they wanted to restart the ESN in Madeira. And I just want to thank them that they saw the potential that we had and didn't let like the past bad experience that they had 2 years ago, around it, 1-2 years ago, to let them down and bring them down, and that they saw the potential in Madeira, and also going to Azores to see that the islands are also one of the main parts of Portugal, not only the students in the mainland, to involve everyone in Portugal. So I want to thank you all and for trusting us in everything and for the help that you've been giving us.
So on behalf of ESN, we want to thank you for all the work that you put into this, with papers that you've sent, all the documents. We know that this is not work from these past 2 weeks, it's from these past months, and we really want to thank you. Like, I can see that the network has improved a lot in these 3 years that I am in ESN, and you are still aiming for more, you are still aiming to grow, to help all the volunteers, and that is really, really amazing. A special shout out to Welder for always being a safe point and with lots of patience and help us with everything. Thank you.
Ana Zélia.
É uma ideia grande.
Hey, Jack.
I think that a lot of things have already been said. I think that it was really nice, like yes, and Madeira said, to see an effort put in the islands. Like I'm from LXVIII, so I know what it's like to feel like a little bit forgotten by everything. So it's nice to see these more remote places to be put into perspective and seeing their potential, especially Elder, who took the time and the dedication to travel and get to know the people, the places, and what they have to offer. So I think that's really cool, and that, like Carol said, you have been working a lot for the past few months, and it's nice to see the results of it and how to deal with some adversities that just come up, and that you can be a safe point for us if we ever need anything, for us to come to you and say, hey, I'm having difficulty with this, can you help me? And you're always available, and if you're not available at the moment, you have the emotional support of saying, hey, I'm not available right now, but I can do this later, let's schedule a meeting, or I'm not the best fit for this, you can talk to this person, and it's nice to see that support from a national board.
Hello guys. So thank you for everything. Sorry for being a pain in the ass.
We still love you.
We are really proud of your work, for your, like, you're the faces of all the work that we do in the sections. We also, you represent us all, and you do it like a star. We are in Portugal because we are getting bigger and bigger because of you. I'm particularly proud of my mingers, but also a really congratulations to Rui Vinha for his candidacy, and good luck from now on. So yeah, like, keep doing the great job that you do, and keep like being you.
So, I just have some little list of things that I really like throughout the end that I want to highlight. Okay, so on behalf of the SN Lisboa, we really want to thank you for your work. We know that you've been really working on a lot of things. We've seen a lot of new things in HR, in the president's scope of action, actually in all of your portfolios. It's been something that we've really been seeing that you've been really investing in. We're really happy to see that. Sorry for being sometimes so annoying with the questions. I know that they're not the easiest in that, but it's truly us trying to contribute to the discussion and improve the Federation overall. And in terms of things that I wanted to highlight, the training and the quality assurance strategies, we're really happy with that. We're really thankful for the work of Elder and their respective support positions and HR overall as a community. The advocacy content, I'm so happy that we're picking up on this and we're creating things that we can use on local sections to do advocacy with stakeholders that are non-institutional partners, which are also really incredibly important, and that can really also improve our positioning in sections. And lastly, I couldn't end this achievement / highlights of this NP without speaking about the application of the second run actually for application of Rita, which is an alumni of Lisboa, and we're super proud of her, and I think she knows that. And also for your application, Vinha, which we truly respect you, and we see your work, and we think that you're going to do great too. So we're super happy to see these applications, to see SN Portugal being so well represented, and thank you so much.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for the work that you've been putting these last few months. It's clear the dedication that you have, so thank you so much for that. I also want to thank you for answering my small little doubts every now and then, and hopefully I'll do it a little bit more. I want to revamp the way that I work, and I want to highlight the expansion strategy. I'm really excited to see where it's going. The 3 levels sound great. I really want to see great results, and I can't wait for that. So thank you.
Diana from ESN Porto. First of all, I want to thank you for stepping our feet and deciding to do the national platform here. You, like, yes, and Madeira needed it, and it's super cool that you, like, you go in front with all the problems that you had, and you decided to do it still here. Thank you for all the topics that you brought here. My favorite, of course, was the data one. And thank you for bringing that and change a little bit what we are always talking about. Thank you for being always welcome to help us and reply to all our doubts and work together with us and bring solutions all together. Thank you for integrating your support positions in the presentation. It was cute and they will help us. You. And basically, thank you for everything. We love you. And of course, Vivian. Let's go.
So thank you on behalf of the Secretariat. Myself.
Someone wants a raise.
No, it's okay. So far. I would like to take this moment to thank you for everything that you've done onboarding me and for choosing me. Even though it seemed to be a harder process than I thought, that was the first for me, which was good because it meant that my transition was smooth. I felt very supported. Thank you for the patience in the last couple of months. Thank you for the trust that you've put in me, and thank you to you and on behalf of the Federation for giving me this opportunity. And I hope that I can bring my skills and be of service to you and to the Federation. And it's good to see that at 30 I can find new family. So thank you.
Obrigada, Patrícia!
Mais dia de férias.
I'll go first, like Tony's solving me the wrong problem because I'm not a student anymore, so I need somebody to give me the password. What I want to say, and to be very brief, I think when you all finish your mandate in somewhere structured, you're always afraid about who is coming next. There's always this, who is coming next, who is taking my position, who are these people going to ruin everything that I did? Like, this is, I think all of them here in the States think exactly the same that I thought, and also as international think exactly the same. And I think after being here, and of course I do know them, I'm rest assured that it is going in the right direction. Like ESN is actually passing to a very bumpy phase. Like people now, there are people that entered in COVID, they didn't get the full knowledge transfer that they should. People that did a review left ESN. And I think the next years are going to be extremely bumpy for ESN in general, not only for ESN Portugal, but rest assured that the people here in the States are fully committed to make this happen. They did fantastic presentations during this year. They actually brought topics that I wanted to bring when I was national board, it was not possible. So it also shows that even though the 2 years of my mandate could not be the best, for example, for fruitful for policy, she could now has a chance to do that. And I'm super glad and super happy to see you on the stage showing your grow as well. The first 6 months of her position are an absolute roller coaster, and now you have passed that. And now you have some more months to take advantage of this beautiful experience. And do the best for it. Think that ESN is a learning experience, but we also are doing this because we really care about international students. Sometimes we are frustrated, we want to cry, and sometimes I want to smash my computer under the ESN house, it happens sometimes. But we are doing this because we are truly passionate about what we do, and this is the vision that I want to see in the next national boards. As long as people here are passionate about what they are doing and they keep doing everything to make international students happy, this is what ESN is to strive for. And I also giving a bit of a word of appealing. If you ever consider about running for any position but don't feel that you are prepared, please do anyway. ESN needs this continuation, and ESN needs people that actually are motivated. Sometimes experience is not everything. Vinha showed me this perfectly. And if you are committed and you are motivated, sometimes it's more important to have 3 years of experience of a local board. So if you think you can be in their role next year, please do so because ESN needs you and ESN needs the amazing members that has.
Okay. And it's fixed. João Vital team. On more on a professional from the Sanctuary Madeira I'm part of. It's been really a nice experience working with you from the other side, comparing it to last year. For the ones that continue to know that sometimes it was a little bit hard, and I believe what me and Lenore have been able to do with you, it's been, at least for our part, it's been amazing. And Lenore, he said that she couldn't be here, so she sends her regards. And I know we still have some things to do, and hopefully by the next MP we'll have some more cool things to present to you. On a personal side, and this is not that I don't love all of you, but this is more directed to Elder. It's amazing to see the plans that he had when he was thinking of applying, when he put them into words in his candidacy, and it's actually coming to fruition. It's amazing to see the path that you're leading us, especially in terms of HR. And how can I say this? Like it's super amazing seeing that it's actually coming and it's actually working, and it's amazing to see the idea or the perspective that it's gonna work, and it's showing that it's gonna work, and it's super amazing seeing when you do your job as a national board member, see the person that comes after you and is doing an even amazinger job. It's super fulfilling, and I'm super proud of you, especially. Obviously proud of all of you, but the work that Ella has been putting in this year, it's you guys thank for it, but you should thank him more, honestly. And I love you.
Last but not least,
Oh, Ercia.
So first of all, I want to congratulate you guys on such amazing presentations, and your hard work and resilience didn't go unnoticed. Everything that you presented here felt like, I don't know, like you guys, I know that sometimes you think, okay, ESN is just a volunteering association, but it's so much more than that, and I think you guys put in the more than that part in your presentations, and that is when you are presenting, I, at least, as spectator, felt the hard work and the passion you had for each and every one of your positions. So congrats for that. And on a more personal note, I would like to thank you for supporting me yesterday in my promotion.
Parabéns, Ercia.
Sorry about the destitution.
Also that, I never felt alone, not only because Marta and Carlos were just one call away, sometimes when you weren't in there, but also because you guys were there supporting me, and everything that I needed you guys covered, and thank you very much for that.
Mas não tinha ficado no chão que no fundo.
Abraço italiano.
my dear,
Todos os dias ela na secretária. Ela acorda e
Sabes o que eu estava a pensar? Era tipo, sabe por que na Madeira se chama Madeira?
Chiquito, please sit your feet.
Sorry.
Last but not least, before we close the event, feedback to the audit team and the chairing team. Keep in mind, is not here, but you can still mention her if you wish. Slido is open as always, go for it.
Queres comentar aí?
Hey, vai ser
One more.
Vamos lá assinar.
Três semanas aqui. Every day.
Guys.
Não é 8h31.
Carol.
Okay, first of all, to the audit team, thank you for taking your time to analyze the documents, to check if all the minimum requirements were fulfilled, and thank you for being here also. I'm sad that you not can come, but... And to Mag, thank you also for your work. I know that, again, as the National Board, this is not something that is only this weekend, it's something that you have to prepare for the past 2 weeks, 1 month. And thank you for being here, for your work, and of course giving a shout out to Marta and Carlos because it's another. Thank you. And but Eric is not from Yes, but shout out to Eric also.
I live in Madeira, so I can't. She is from Madeira. And then there's a good mess. Loudly, please. Then.
To the audit team, like, thank you for being here. You kept your spirit up, and you were always like.
Mas pode ser.
Pá, tipo, a dar-nos na cabeça. Ela dizia, tipo, vocês fazem porcaria, eu dou-vos na cabeça. E eu, é pá, para a Mar, é pá, shout para a Erika, que ontem sob pressão conseguiu tomar as férias.
Cadê-se?
E ainda não superei o... Assim, toda a gente se calou, foi incrível. E para a Mar, tipo, eu canto por estarem aqui e terem mim, porque eu ainda me disse como se fosse eu.
Obrigado por existir.
Dissessem, sim, vamos para a Madeira e depois vamos estar a sobrevoar durante uma meia hora, a ver se acalma. Olha, vamos voltar para Lisboa só para amanhã. Eu não tinha a motivação, honestamente. Parabéns.
Vai.
É só.
Também pode ser feliz. Também pode ser feliz.
Malta.
Audit team. Continuando com o que a Teresa disse. Obrigado por estares acima de nós. E pelo que nós também fazer. Mas ao mesmo tempo também eu quero agradecer a compreensão
Malta,
que
por
tens.
favor.
Tipo tu e a Leonor, especialmente com Castelo Branco, não têm exatamente a melhor situação em termos de legalidades. Mas tenho que por seres compreensivo e pá, por estás à vontade de falar e estás disponível. Obrigado. Érica, great job ontem. Great job. Foi tipo, deste o step-up necessário, foi bom de ver, e também estar às duas, à Matilde e à Filipa, por terem dado step-up. E Marta e Carlos, claro que mandaram mensagens durante a viagem, não podiam não estar quietos. Mas é bom ver-vos, ainda bem que voltaram e viram voos, e eu sei que também a Bia ajudou a ver voos, que ela estava tipo, continuamente só a dizer, fomos ver os voos de dados, não está muito famoso, mas ainda bem que vieram, é fixe ver. E obrigado pelo trabalho que fizeram hoje de manhã.
Só trabalhaste não?
Audit, relativamente ao conceito fiscal, eu quero dar-vos um shout-out especificamente referente ao facto de vocês estarem a dar muito apoio aos vossos clientes, e terem criado os grupos e estarem mesmo ativamente a trabalhar nisso. Tem sido algo que tenho recebido bastante bom feedback do nosso CF nesse sentido, e eles pediram para comentar isto, e portanto tenho a dizer que quero agradecer por isso. Relativamente à sharing team, muito obrigada por vocês por aparecerem de propósito para nos darem meio dia de trabalho. A Erika por ser uma survivor, como diz a música, e pá, aqui segurar o barco enquanto as outras pessoas estavam presas no avião, não é? Coitadas. E se calhar queria fazer isso de uma forma um bocadinho mais formal, agora que eu não vou correr. Ok, desculpem. Mas, no fundo, para agradecer o vosso trabalho, agradecer o vosso trabalho contínuo, a vossa dedicação, e por verdadeiramente tentarem fazer com que estas assembleias corram bem, corram on time, mas também toda a gente se faça ser ouvido. É muito difícil encontrar esse mecanismo, acho que vocês, a maioria das vezes, conseguem encontrá-lo, e isso é muito bom. E também é bom ver vocês a dinâmica da equipa que conseguem.
Supervisar?
I don't want so much. You've been of great help in the back office, responding to our emails on time. Thank you for securing that we're not doing shit. The beautiful charity team, that's some survivors, for sure. Asya, of course, had us drinks yesterday by herself. I'd be proud. The other survivors, of course, as well. Came today, did a great job. You guys made sure that the whole General Assembly didn't turn into a coffee talk situation, and we managed to manage the conversations, and whenever it was something important, we managed to go through. And of course, Claudia didn't want to speak, but she's very grateful for your participation. It's her first PM, National Platform, so she's delightful and grateful that you are there making a great job. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't want to repeat what Gabriela said. I just want to give a shout out to Erika because I mean, I would be panicking if the night before I was like, okay, now you're the president. Congrats. And she was very like patient with me and Filipa because we're all also not prepared the least. And also to Marta and Carlos because they put us in a group already, so it was we felt very supported, and just a great shout out. I think you managed it so well. Like I think you go queen.
Mingers. So a big thank you for everything, for being present, and a big thank you to Leitão because our CF is running this year like correctly, so that's because of you. And thank you a lot, and thank you to the mod for everything going smoothly, even though all the obstacles and stuff. But thank you, and thank you, Erika. You shine.
Parabéns, Erika.
Boa, Erika.
Linda, thank you for
Leitusa.
Temos um prémio para este.
Yes. On my side, apart from everything that was mentioned before. Então pá. Apart from everything that was mentioned before, I want to highlight that the importance of these two bodies are. Some people, when they are thinking about applying for a position, they apply it, and let's be honest, because they want to be in a national board, they want to have the highlight. But I think the majority of people don't understand the importance of the work that these people do here. I see many SN realities in many countries that don't have, for example, sharing team or an audit team functional, and I can see the impact it actually has in their structure, especially in the conduction of the General Assemblies here. So I think we really should not take for granted their work, because they're actually, by the law that they exist in Portugal, many other countries don't have this, but you actually see a big difference when you have these two bodies actively working, actively supporting the sections, when you don't have them. So when you are also making a decision if you want to continue in ESN or not, don't think only in the national board, think also in these very beautiful positions because they are absolutely key to keep ESN and ESN Portugal working. And thank you so much for all the work that you do. And especially Ercia, congratulations on your show.
Bye, Ercia. Bye, Ercia. Guys, we're not done. Pronto, eu só há pouco falei do apoio da board e também da minha equipa da MAC, mas também queria dar aqui um shout-out ao Matilde e à Filipa, porque desempenharam, eu estive a ver as minutas agora e vocês, eu estou fascinada. Não tenho que fazer quase nada. Estou a brincar, não, ainda tenho que fazer algumas coisas, mas vocês realmente fizeram um bom trabalho e está tudo organizadinho e isso facilita-me a vida imenso e obrigada pelo vosso trabalho e pelo vosso apoio.
Pronto, vou também aqui aproveitar para fazer um agradecimento especial ao Step Up que a Erika teve de fazer.
Ganda Ercia.
Não vou ser beatificada.
Estátua na Madeira, que já estamos a pensar num prémio.
Quero agradecer ao Step Up que tu tiveste de fazer assim, do nada, apetecendo-nos dar trabalho também. Foi só isso, por isso é que nós adiamos a votação. E pronto, também quero agradecer à Matilde e à Filipa por terem tido a oportunidade de nos vir substituir. Pronto, muito obrigado.
So, on behalf of the National Board,
Sim, eu não
posso falar português? ok. Então, primeiramente para o Conselho Fiscal, tipo, pessoal, obrigado pela cooperação que nos permitem ter. Ainda nós sabemos que às vezes é complicado em termos de análise dos documentos e assumimos que falhamos, mas obrigado pela vossa compreensão e obrigado pelo vosso apoio, obrigado pela vossa diligência em, ok, é preciso ver isto, vamos ver e vai acontecer. E vocês são uma adição incrível à nossa equipa e honestamente o trabalho que nós apresentámos aqui não teria tido a qualidade se não tivesse passado por vocês. Portanto, muito obrigado por isso. Também está uma água. Pá, conseguiram chegar a todos, ainda bem. Não, mas queríamos mesmo dar uma grande appreciation à Erika por ter dado o step up e é muito difícil do tipo, olha, amanhã vais ser presidente da MAC, estás a ver? Tens de conduzir todos os trabalhos. Mas acho que foste excelente, uma excelente performance. Estamos mesmo muito orgulhosos de ti, pessoalmente por também ver o teu crescimento na secção e por estar na MAC, pá, muito orgulhoso. E pessoal, pá, também fantástico sempre.
I'm so sorry.
My dear.
Oh bro, mas são chinelos bonitos.
E nem vou pensar.
Estiveste a falar com a Maria Dona Chinelo?
Sim, peça ser do hospício.
Isso é bem tóxico.
Gente, tem fominha, vamos.
Posso falar em português também? Pronto. Pessoal, agradecer-vos por honestamente por terem estado e por terem feito o esforço de ter vindo à Madeira e ter embarcado nisto que parecia um sonho. Há 3 meses atrás conseguirmos estar aqui. A verdade é que conseguimos, viemos e fizemos acontecer na Federação. Aprovámos novos estatutos essenciais para a organização da nossa estrutura. Em termos de advocacy, conseguimos montar ou seja, sermos nós a dar o primeiro passo como organização neste tipo de documentos. Isto é extremamente pioneiro na ESN de Portugal e eu acho que é ótimo que isto se venha a replicar cada vez mais nas próximas plataformas nacionais e para as próximas direções. Um grande shout-out também ao Helder pela estratégia de expansão. Isto é essencial, não só numa questão de apoio aos estudantes internacionais, mas também daquilo que é a força da ESN de Portugal na rede e o nosso incremento nesse sentido. Honestamente não tenho muito mais considerações a fazer. Obrigado por terem vindo. Espero que nas próximas vezes consigamos ter estas discussões frutíferas que só aumentam a rede. Portanto, obrigado.
Ok, pessoal, antes de expressarem. Não, credo, nossa. Antes de expressarem. Ai, a sardinha é nova, aquela briga, já viu? Que prémio? Ai, o RCA.
Pessoal,
Ok.
nós queremos aqui anunciar o novo prémio informal da ESN de Portugal, chamado RCA de Ouro. Basicamente, quando alguém faz um trabalho que não era esperado assim do nada e faz um trabalho incrível, obrigado RCA, está aqui o teu prémio.
Ok, agora é só announcements. Pronto, nós agora vamos tirar a foto, ok? Se vocês forem shop, tiramos a foto em 2 minutos e podemos papar, ok? Vamos tirar a foto. Pessoal, por favor, vamos tirar a fotinha. Já está ali a comida. São panadinhos. Veggies, 1000 desculpas, mas não consegui um wrap diferente do de ontem, mas para compensar temos umas chamucinhas de legumes para vocês. Depois de tirar a foto, ordem de soltura, como é óbvio, o que é que eu vos peço? Se quiserem ajudar na manutenção e limpeza do espaço, agradecemos, ok? Por isso podem levar já coisinhas que vejam aí para o lixo. pronto, durante a tarde, não sei o que é que vão fazer, mas se quiserem ver copos, sigam.
Se não assinaram ainda as folhas, venham assinar, se faz favor, muito obrigada.
Confirmação que eu assino?